I never imagined the day I would walk into my own home and find my wife in bed with another man. Her boss, no less. The betrayal cut deeper than any knife. I stood there, paralyzed, watching their deceit unfold before my eyes. Rage boiled inside me, blinding me with its intensity. I decided then and there that I wouldn't be a victim. Revenge was the only answer. I meticulously planned every step, ensuring they felt the pain they had inflicted on me. Now she begs for forgiveness, but it's too late. The damage is done. 2:30 p.m., March 11th, 2022. The young woman tossed and turned on the bed while the man above her kept moving intensely. He was making sounds in French, but she couldn't understand his words. All she knew was that he was very big and hard. She had never felt anything like this before. Even her husband of 8 years did not make her feel this way. But Philippe was different. Strong, attractive, and wealthy. She loved the way he talked with his strong French accent. Just listening to him was exciting. He certainly knew how to make her feel special. This was their 7th meeting, and it was amazing, just like the others. She had never felt so much pleasure in one night as she did with him. The fact that he was married didn't bother her, just like her own marriage didn't mean much anymore. Her husband was often busy hunting rather than enjoying time with her. He was a decent provider and would be a good father one day. But in their marriage, things were dull. In contrast, her boss, Philippe, was charming and confident. He was never shy about what he wanted. She didn't love him, but she enjoyed his attention and the money he paid her. Before their time together, he took her to get a tattoo. It was a design above her lower back. A flower design with the number 47 next to it. She didn't know what the number meant, but thought it would annoy her husband when he noticed it. Suddenly, Philippe became tense, and she thought something good was happening. But the surprised look on his face told her it was something else. He fell on top of her, and she saw an angry man above them. "I warned you about cheating on me," the man said with a deep Texas voice. "Please, it's not what it seems. I only love you, and it was just one time. You have to believe me." She never finished her words as the man pressed a taser against her neck and pulled the trigger. 7:30 a.m., September 20th, 2022. On a cool September morning, Sheriff Ryan Caldwell walked into Boardwalk Coffee House and Cafe for his coffee. Sally Richards, the owner, smiled as she handed him a hot cup just how he liked it. "You're spoiling me, Sally," Ryan said with a grin. "That's what I'm here for, Sheriff," she replied. "You don't want some biscuits and gravy with that coffee?" "I would love some, but you know how Bev feeds me every morning," Ryan joked. Sally laughed. "Some things never change, do they?" she said. "Looks like it," Ryan answered. He left the shop and went back to the sheriff's department, waving hello to others on the boardwalk. It had been about a year since Commissioner Higgins was murdered, and things were almost back to normal. He stopped where John Hastings, the old Vietnam vet everyone called Sarge, usually parked. But Sarge wasn't there that day, and Ryan felt like the spot was empty without him. He knew John was in the hospital and made a note to visit him. Reaching the sheriff's office, Ryan stepped outside for a cigarette. Looking around, he appreciated his job and the community. Since becoming sheriff, he felt like everyone was part of a big family that he needed to protect. After finishing his cigarette, he went inside and greeted his team. "Good morning, Sheriff," Sergeant Elaine Bledsoe said and handed him the overnight activity reports. "Morning, Elaine. Anything interesting today?" Ryan asked. "Not yet, but it's still early," she replied. Ryan went to his office, closed the door, and looked at the reports. The night had been quiet, which he liked. An hour later, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Ryan called. Elaine peeked into the office. "Sheriff, I just got a call from Sheriff Haynes. He wants you to meet him at Eastland Bridge," she said. Ryan knew Darnell Haynes had been the sheriff of the nearby county for over 10 years. He had always thought of him as a good man. "Oh? He didn't say why?" Ryan asked. "He needs your help with a case. A body was found there this morning," Elaine explained. "A body, huh? Great," Ryan sighed. "I'll head out. Let's send Ron and Detective Hale to meet me there." He shook his head. "I shouldn't have said anything." "Yes, sir," Elaine agreed before leaving. Ryan grabbed his hat and coffee, wondering why Darnell needed his help. The county line cut through the middle of the bridge known as Lover's Bridge. It got its name from a sad story about a couple who jumped off the bridge. These days, few people used the old bridge, which was set to be replaced soon. When he arrived at the bridge, he saw flashing lights. He parked his truck and walked over. Darnell, a big man with a strong build, greeted him, and they shook hands. "Thanks for coming, Sheriff," Darnell said. "Not a problem, Sheriff," Ryan replied. "What do you have here?" he asked, staring at the folded blue tarp on the bridge. He could tell there was a body underneath it. "Two bodies, Sheriff." "Two? I only see one," Ryan said, looking closely at the tarp. Darnell shook his head. "Nope. There are two, right on the county line. You might want to prepare yourself. This is pretty awful." He carefully pulled back the tarp with his gloved hand, and Ryan was shocked by what he saw. He had seen a lot as a mercenary, but nothing like this. There were indeed two bodies. To be exact, two halves of bodies. The upper half was definitely a man, but it looked badly hurt. His eyes were gone, and Ryan could see that his stomach was cut open. A thin red line around his neck showed he had either been strangled or had his throat cut. From the lower half, which was shaved and smooth, Ryan could see that it used to belong to a woman. Her legs were dark and fit, and her feet looked nice and well kept. She must have been a beautiful woman, Ryan thought. He looked back at Darnell, who seemed like he might throw up. "Sheriff, I would really appreciate it if you could take charge here," Darnell whispered. "After the last budget cuts, I just can't handle this on my own. The county commissioners are watching me closely. I can't even rest without reporting how much paper I use. Of course, I'll help you as much as I can." "Why not just call the state police?" Ryan asked. Darnell laughed bitterly. "Just what I need. It's bad enough having the auditors all around me." "Okay, Sheriff," Ryan said. "I'll start checking into this, but who knows where it will lead." "Thank you so much, Sheriff," Darnell said. "I really appreciate it." "When were these bodies found?" Ryan asked. "A farmer named Johnson saw the tarp this morning about 2 hours ago and called the office." Ryan nodded, looking as Detective Hale and Ron's forensics van pulled up at the bridge. He waved them over, and Ron parked the van in the middle of the bridge. 2 sheriff cars came with them, along with a small group of reporters. Great, Ryan thought. He got up, walked over to the sheriff cars, and found Deputy Sanders there. "Keep those reporters away," Ryan ordered. "Understood, Sheriff," Sanders replied. Ryan went back to the scene and saw Detective Hale examining the bodies. "Have you ever seen anything like this, Ray?" Ryan asked Hale, who had moved from New York City. "Not in real life," Ray said. "What do you mean?" Ryan asked, puzzled. "You know how I watch cop shows online? They show things like this, but I never thought I'd see it for real," Ray said. Ryan looked at Ron, who was checking the 2 sets of remains. "Well?" Ryan asked. "The man's fingerprints have been burned off, so I don't think I can identify him that way. His right forefinger is also missing. His teeth are gone, so we can forget about dental records. Hopefully, there's some DNA we can use to find out who he is." "Any idea how long he's been dead?" Ryan asked. "Not sure. Do you see the marks on the skin?" "Yeah, I noticed that on both of them. Frozen?" "Looks like you've been paying attention, Sheriff," Ron smiled. "I can't say how long they've been frozen, but I might have a guess after I take them to the lab. I'll also try to get some fingerprints from this tarp, but I don't think I'll find any." Ray looked up at Darnell. "A local farmer found this?" he asked. "Yes, Abel Johnson. He has a farm just over that ridge," Darnell explained. "He was out with his dog and discovered this. He was really shaken up. I sent a deputy with him to take a statement." "I'd like to talk to him," Ray said. "Sure. You can follow me if you want," Darnell replied. "Thanks, Sheriff." Ray turned back to Ryan. "I'll go see Abel Johnson and then come back." "I think you're going to need some help with this," Ryan said. "I'll assign Deputy Sanders to work with you." "Thanks, Sheriff. That will be a big help. He can start by going through all the missing persons reports from the last 8 months," Ray said. "All right. Ron, you got this?" Ryan asked. "Got it, boss." "I guess I should go talk to the reporters," Ryan said, standing up. "I really appreciate you taking the lead on this, Sheriff," Darnell said again as they shook hands. "No problem, Darnell," Ryan replied. "We'll keep in touch." With a sigh, Ryan walked to the police tape at the edge of the bridge where the reporters were waiting. He stopped next to Sanders. "I want you to work with Detective Hale on this. Start by checking all the missing persons reports from the last 12 months. We might have to look further back since they seem to have been frozen for a while. Now I have to talk to the press, which is the least favorite part of my job. And I hope we don't find more body parts in a public place, he sighed. Understood, Sheriff, Sanders said. Sheriff, what can you tell us? One of the reporters shouted. Ryan walked to the police tape and faced the reporters. Right now, I don't have much information, Ryan said. We have found what seems to be the remains of 2 unknown individuals. They are being taken to our forensic lab for further investigation. When I have more information, I will share it, that's all I can say. But Sheriff, can't you tell us anything else? The reporter yelled as Ryan turned to leave. He shook his head no, then got into his truck and followed Darnell and Ray to the Johnson farm, hoping to find some information. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Leah wore brightly colored tattoos on the parts of her skin that showed. Leah, we want to ask you about a tattoo you did about 6 months ago, said the sheriff. 6 months? That's a while back. I don't know if I remember much from that long ago, Leah replied. She had a tattoo above her lower back, sometimes called a tramp stamp, Ray explained. Well, that's different, Leah said. Most women around here think it's bold just to get a tattoo, and they usually pick something small like a rose or a kitten on their ankle, something a close friend might see. Ryan nodded, but remained quiet. Leah went on. I do remember that one. She pointed to a fancy fleur-de-lis design on the wall. Do you have any records of it? Ray asked. The guy who ordered the tattoo brought the design and paid me in cash. He wanted something extra, too. I remember he gave me a nice tip for keeping things quiet, Leah said. Did he give you his name? Ray asked. No, he didn't, but he had a strong French accent, Leah replied. He wanted it placed exactly where he showed me. It was on his wife. They were both wearing wedding rings, so I thought they were married. And where exactly did he want the tattoo? Ray pressed. Right here. Leah pointed to a spot near her own lower back. You could call it a tramp stamp, but it was the weirdest one I had ever done. What else can you tell us about it? Ryan asked. He wanted the number 47 around it, all fancy. I do good work, but I didn't ask what it meant, Leah replied. How long ago did you do this? Ray asked. I think it was about 6 months ago. I can check my receipts to confirm that, Leah said. Please do, Ryan requested. Sure, she answered, and pulled out a book from under the counter. After a few minutes of searching, she found the receipt and showed it to them. The tattoo had indeed been paid for in cash. Ray and Ryan noted the date, March 11th, 2022. There was no name on the receipt. Can we get a copy of this? Ray asked. Of course. I'll make you a copy, Leah said as she moved to her small copier. Anything else? She added, while handing the receipt to Ray. What can you tell us about the woman? Ray asked. Leah thought for a moment. I remember she was attractive, about my height and a bit skinnier. I'd say she wore a really small B-cup bra. She looked great. I hadn't seen her around here before, nor him. I figured they were just passing through and decided to get a tattoo on a whim, Leah chuckled. Ryan focused on her description. Would you be willing to meet with a sketch artist to help us get a good description of her? Ryan asked. I can do better than that, Leah replied. I have video from my security system. I keep all my videos for 2 years, just in case. You never know when someone might try to sue. I also take a picture of every finished tattoo, so I'm sure I have it. That would be great, Ray said, smiling. Good leads like this didn't happen every day. Just give me a few minutes and I'll get you a copy, Leah said. Why don't you step into my office? Sure, Ray replied. The two men followed Leah into her small office, noticing her confident walk. She searched through a row of DVDs on a shelf. Here it is, she said, pulling one. She put it in her computer and played it, fast-forwarding to when the customers entered the shop. They could see the faces of both the man and the woman clearly. Leah fast-forwarded until they left the shop. Can you make a copy of the whole thing? Ray asked. Starting from just before they came in? Sure, Leah said as she clicked away on her computer and soon handed them a DVD. Just so you know, the system records audio too. Can't be too careful. She pulled up an image gallery and clicked until a picture of the tattoo appeared on the screen. A fleur-de-lis with the numbers 4 and 7 around it. She pressed a button, and the printer printed out a sheet. Here you go. You are right. You can never be too careful, Thank you for your help, Ray said. You're welcome, Leah replied. Did this woman do something wrong? Is she missing? Only part of her is missing, Ray said, making Leah pale. He felt this meant she wasn't deeply involved in the case. From her words, it sounded like she might have liked her customers but didn't want to admit it. It was clear from her shocked reaction that she hadn't met up with them later. He planned to listen carefully to the audio. And please don't share this with anyone else or the media. Oh my God, she whispered. Was there anything odd about either of them? Did she seem scared or uncomfortable? Ryan asked. Leah thought again and shook her head. No, they seemed quite comfortable, even happy, like a couple in love, Leah said. Wait, she said, her eyes lighting up with a memory. What is it? Ray asked, eager. I remembered something else. It'll be on the video. The law says a person needs to be 18 or older to get a tattoo without a parent. The woman seemed young, so I checked her age, just to be safe. I remember that her name didn't sound French to me. It was something like Holden. The guy Leah was with had a strong French accent. Are you sure about the accent? Ray asked. Yes, I lived in Paris for 5 years. I know a French accent when I hear one. Holder? Ryan asked. Yeah, that was it. Holder, Leah said. I know it's not much, but... That's perfect, Ryan said. You've really helped us, thank you. They left the shop and climbed into Ryan's truck. You're friends with some Holders, right? Ray asked. Yeah, I've gone hunting with Don a few times. It's a big family. Old Ma and Pa Holder had 9 kids, 3 girls and 6 boys. Wow, Ray said, shaking his head. I've met a few of them, and they all seem nice. Don's younger brother Dan was in the army. The last I heard, he was coming home, but that was about 8 or 9 months ago. I haven't heard from him since. You think our victim might have been his wife? Ray asked. Maybe. Don is probably at work now. Want to go talk to him? Sure, let's do that. Then I want to review that video. Sounds good, Ryan said. He drove to the county maintenance yard where Don worked as a mechanic. He parked, and they got out of the truck. Hey, Sheriff, what can I do for you? Bill Hanson, the shop foreman, asked as Ryan and Ray walked in. Hey, Bill, is Don Holder in today? Ryan asked. Yes, let me call him. Is everything okay? Yeah, I just have a few questions. I won't keep him long, Ryan said. Bill called for Don over the intercom, and soon Don walked into the office. Hey, Sheriff, Detective Hale, how are you? Don said, wiping his hands with a red cloth. We're okay, Don, Ryan said. Can we talk to you for a minute? Of course. Let's go to my office, Don said, smiling. Ray and Ryan followed him into a small room. Don closed the door behind them. What's going on? He asked, looking a bit nervous. Don, I wanted to ask you about your brother Dan. Have you heard from him recently? Don looked worried as he tried to respond. Both Ryan and Ray noticed he didn't want to share much. It's okay, Ray encouraged him to talk. Well, I have not talked to him in a while, maybe 2 months. We were going to go coyote hunting this weekend. I stopped by the pawn shop and saw a couple of rifles I know Dan liked, Don explained. Oh? Ryan asked. I know Dan was in the Army. What does he do now? He works for the railroad and he could be anywhere from San Antonio to San Diego, but he usually tells us if he will be gone for more than a week, Don said. What about those rifles? Ray asked. I paid to get them back. I know Dan loved those guns. I figured he must have needed money for something, Don explained. He hunts a lot, doesn't he? Ryan asked. Oh, yes, he loves hunting, Don replied, smiling widely. Can he field dress an animal well? Ryan asked. He can do that quickly, Don said with pride. Ryan and Ray exchanged looks, both thinking the same thing. He's married, right? Ryan inquired. Yes, he is. A beautiful woman, too. He met her in California and the whole family likes her, Don said. Have you seen her recently? Ray asked. Now that you mention it, no. I think it's been about 5 or 6 months since anyone has seen her, Don said. Do you think she's in trouble? We're not sure, Ryan replied. That's what we're trying to find out. Do you have a picture of her? Sure, Don said, pulling out his phone. He found a picture of Dan and his wife and showed it to Ray and Ryan. The woman looked similar to the one in the video they saw at Leah's shop. Could you send me that picture? Ryan asked. Okay, just a second. I'm still getting used to this phone, Don said. Let me help, Ray offered. Don handed the phone to Ray, who quickly sent the photo to Ryan and himself. He then gave the phone back. Thanks, Ray said. These new gadgets can be frustrating, Don said with a nervous laugh. Ray and Ryan laughed with him. I understand, Ryan said. Don, can you give us Dan's address? We want to see if he or his wife is at home. Sure, I'll write it down. He has a double-wide trailer on 5 acres out on Sunset Ridge. Don wrote the address on a small card and gave it to Ryan. What's his wife's name? Ryan asked. It's Carmelita, I think, something like that. Dan introduced her to the family when they returned from California, but she hasn't come by much since. Dan said she's a bit shy, Don explained. Ryan and Ray found it odd that Don couldn't remember his sister-in-law's name. He mentioned that the whole family liked her but rarely saw her. Neither of them said anything about it. Do you know if she has any tattoos? Ray asked. None that I saw, Don replied. If she did, they were covered. Do you think she liked to go out or party? Ray asked, following up. I have no idea. Like I said, I didn't get to know her well. None of us did. Don't you think that's strange, since you're all close? Ryan asked. Actually, yes, I do find that strange, Don admitted. But to each their own, right? Live and let live? Isn't that what they say on those TV shows? Ryan noticed that Don looked more nervous and just nodded. Yeah, I guess so, Ryan said softly. Well, is there anything else I can do for you guys? I really need to get back to work, Don said, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. Ray and Ryan exchanged glances before responding. Not right now, Don, but we might have some questions later, Ryan said quietly. Sure thing, Sheriff. Anytime, Don replied. Thanks, Mr. Holder, Ray said, reaching out his hand. Don nodded and shook Ray's hand before leaving the room quickly. I think we should go visit Don Holder's place right away, don't you think, Ray? Ryan suggested. Yeah, said the tall man quietly. They got into Ryan's official truck and drove to Dan Holder's home. Is it just me, or did Holder seem a bit uneasy? Ray asked as Ryan drove. He did seem that way, a lot, Ryan replied. I've known Don for years, and I've never seen him like this before. It's like a scared cat in a room full of chairs. Do you think he knows more than he's telling us? Maybe. But I've never known Don to lie. That's just not his style. They reached Dan Holder's home, a 5-acre lot on the edge of town. A mobile home stood in the middle of the property. Ryan parked in front of the house, and both men got out of the truck. Sheriff's Department, open up! Ryan shouted as he knocked on the door. There was no answer, and they didn't hear anything inside, not even a dog barking. Ryan knocked again, but got no response. Maybe he's outside, Ray suggested. There's a shed behind the house. That could be, Ryan agreed. Let's check it out. They walked around the mobile home to the old shed made from metal sheets. Mr. Holder? Ryan called as he carefully entered through the already open door. There was no answer, and Ryan's eyes adjusted to the dark as he looked around the shed. The floor was concrete, but dirt and dust were everywhere. A big table was in the middle with a saw that butchers use. A metal cabinet was against one wall, locked with a padlock. A long freezer was on the opposite wall, also locked. Does that look like blood to you? Ryan asked, looking closely. He had seen dried blood before, and this looked and smelled like it. Ray looked where Ryan pointed and nodded slowly. Sure does. But it could be animal blood, Ray said. If you have bolt cutters, we could check inside. We have enough reason to take a look. Maybe, Ryan said quietly. Still, I'd feel better if we got a search warrant. I can handle that, Ray replied. Thanks, Ryan said. While you're at it, tell Elaine to send the forensics team just in case. On it, Ray said as he left the shed. While Ray took care of those things, Ryan continued to look around. Standing by the metal cabinet, he noticed a strange smell. It wasn't nice. Then he recalled Ron mentioning something about a man's hands that had a burn from acid. He stepped out of the shed and saw Ray at his truck, talking into the radio. Have them send a hazmat team too, Ryan called. Ray nodded and passed the message to Elaine. Got it, Ray said when he finished. Good. Now we wait, Ryan said. 45 minutes later, 2 vans, one from the hazmat team and another from Ron's forensic lab, arrived along with 3 patrol cars. The hazmat crew and the forensic team entered the shed while 2 deputies put up crime scene tape across the driveway. Let the hazmat team secure that shed first, Ryan told his deputies. Here's your warrant, Detective, Deputy Sanders said, handing Ray a folded paper. Covers everything, inside and out. Even includes a ground search if you need it. I made sure it was done right. Thanks, Deputy, Ray replied with a smile. Nice work. Sanders, why don't you and a few deputies check inside the house, Ryan suggested. You know what to look for. Understood, Sheriff, Sanders said, tipping his hat. He turned to 2 deputies. You two, come with me. Get your gloves and evidence bags. Ryan watched him with a grin. That guy's going to be a great sergeant one day, he told Ray. Ryan had been thinking about promoting Sanders for a while. An hour later, the hazmat crew came out of the shed with blue barrels, placing them at different spots for pickup. Good thing you called us out, Sheriff, Ben Fry, the hazmat supervisor, said as he took off his mask. Oh, what did you find? Ryan asked. Some really dangerous stuff, Ben said grimly. Whoever had it didn't store it right. It could have been a big problem. What was it? Ray asked. Mostly all the things you need to make meth, Ben explained, and enough to make some really dangerous bombs. Bombs? Ray asked, shocked. Yes, Detective, Ben said, but we didn't find any detonators. That's a relief, Ryan said. Can my deputies go inside? Unless that freezer has something toxic, yes, Ben said. We didn't see anything else, but I'd feel better if you all wore masks in there. We brought plenty. If you'll excuse me, I need to set up for transporting this stuff. I'll give you a full report when I'm back at the office. Thanks, Ben, Ryan said. Maybe 1 or 2 of your team should stay here until we finish up, said the sheriff. Good idea, Sheriff, Ben replied. I'll make sure of it. Ryan and Ray took masks from Ben, put them on, and entered the shed. A deputy came in behind them with a pair of bolt cutters. Cut that lock off, Ryan said. The deputy used the cutters on the lock and put it in an evidence bag. Let's check to make sure this freezer is safe before we open it. Ryan, Ray, and the deputy looked closely at the freezer but found no signs of any traps. Feeling a little more at ease but still cautious about the word bombs, they gently opened the freezer door using a long piece of rope from behind a table. The door opened without a problem, and they all sighed in relief as they looked inside. On top of the freezer, they found packages of meat wrapped in butcher paper. When they pulled off the top layer, 2 large bundles were hiding underneath. One looked like a human torso, and the other seemed to be the lower half of a man's body. Stepping outside, Ryan called for Ron and his team to come get the body parts. Putting on masks and protective gear, Ron and 3 forensics workers entered the shed. While Ron and his team worked, Ray called Elaine to ask her to issue a be on the lookout or BOLO for Dan Holder and to set up an arrest warrant. They turned back towards the shed when Ron shouted, "Sheriff, you all need to see this!" Ron called from the door. Ryan and Ray walked over, donning their masks again before entering. They saw the 2 frozen body parts laid out on a tarp by Ron's team and noticed a big bag in Ron's hand. "What's in the bag?" Ryan asked. "Looks like a left female foot," Ron said, showing them the bag. "So there's a 3rd victim somewhere," Ryan said, eyeing the frozen foot. He could see it had been frozen for a long time, given the frost damage and its color. The news would have a field day with this. "Sure looks that way, Sheriff," Ron agreed. "Check this out." He turned the bag to show a tattoo on the ankle, a fleur-de-lis, just like the one on the female victim's torso. But this one had a star above it with the number 1 inch inside. Ryan looked at the smooth cut on the ankle and glanced at the bandsaw nearby. "You think that saw was used to cut this off the body?" he asked Ron. "Maybe," Ron shrugged. "But I can tell you this was frozen a long time ago." "What else can you tell me?" Ryan pressed. "Not much right now, but these were probably nice feet once," Ron joked with a grin. "That's gross. You really creep me out sometimes, Ron," Ryan replied, shaking his head as his stomach turned. Ron laughed at that. "I'm just saying, Sheriff. Whoever did this might have an odd interest in feet." "What can you tell us about those?" Ryan asked, pointing to the 2 body parts on the floor. "One is the upper body of a female, and the other is the lower body of a male. Missing his genitals," Ron said flatly. He peeled back the paper from the female's half to show the frozen face of the same woman from the video Leah provided. Ryan noticed the thin red line around her neck, just like the one on the man's neck, and the burn marks from a taser set on high, just like on the man's torso. "Looks like we have a serial killer on our hands," Ryan stated, studying the woman's face. "Who knows how many more bodies are out there?" We'll search the entire property, Ray said. He might have more bodies buried. He grimaced. We might need that ground-penetrating radar after all. Looks like it, Ryan agreed. Let me check on Sanders. Keep at it, Ron. Ryan left the shed and went to the mobile home where he found Deputy Sanders. Other deputies were busy looking for fingerprints. What have you found, Deputy? It doesn't seem like anyone's been here in a long time, Sheriff, Sanders said. Most of the food in the fridge is old. The gun cabinet is empty, but we did find this, he said, holding up a plastic bag with a taser inside. We got some fingerprints off it. Don said he picked up some of his brother's rifles at the pawn shop, Ryan noted. Anything else? We took a desktop computer and packed up his files, Sanders responded. There might be something useful there. Nothing else so far. Okay, Deputy. When you finish up here, why don't you help Ron and Detective Hale look around the rest of the property? Ryan suggested. Think there might be more bodies? Sanders asked. Possibly, Ryan replied just as his phone buzzed. He saw it was Elaine calling. Sheriff, just a reminder about your meeting with Commissioner Barnes this afternoon, she said. Ryan almost forgot about it. Frank Barnes, elected after Bertram's murder a year ago, was known for being tight with money. He was very concerned about the Sheriff's Department budget. Thanks, Elaine, Ryan replied. I almost forgot. He'll be here in about half an hour, and you know he's strict about being on time. Yeah, I know, Ryan said. All right, I'm heading out now. Thanks for the call. Any time, Sheriff, Elaine said before they hung up. Ryan put his phone away and sought out Ray. I need to head back. I have a meeting with Commissioner Barnes, Ryan told his chief detective. That tightwad, huh? Sure, no problem. I'll stay here and catch a ride back with Sanders, Ray replied. After saying goodbye, Ryan got into his truck and drove back to work. Dan Holder sat in the front seat of his pickup, trembling with fear. Following the instructions, he had moved the two bodies. Now he was heading to the meeting spot, stopping only when he was almost out of gas. He pulled into a quiet gas station, filled his tank, and paid with cash as told. Then he drove to the rest stop, parking behind a row of trees so no one could see him from the road. He lit a cigarette and tried to calm down, but he was more scared than he had ever been. If only Carmelita hadn't gotten involved with that Frenchman, he thought. She would still be alive, and they would still be happy. But Dan knew that if it wasn't DuPont, it would probably be someone else. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and thought about the last few months. Carmelita took a job from Philippe DuPont while Dan was away working on the railroad. He only found out when he returned, and he was not happy about it. He earned enough money to care for both of them. She told him DuPont opened a local office for a worldwide import and export company and needed an office manager. Since Carmelita spoke 2 languages, it was a good fit because much of his work would be in Mexico. Also, she said she wanted grown-up company when Dan was away. So, he gave in to her request. It didn't help that she was very close to him when she said it. A month later, he found her with DuPont in their own bed and kicked the man out. If I ever catch you with another man, I swear I'll make you pay, he growled, watching her cower in fear. A month later, his world fell apart. 2 tough-looking men with foreign accents walked into the cafe while he was eating breakfast and sat down across from him without saying who they were. Hello, sir, one of the men said. Morning, Dan replied. What can I do for you? The man smiled, reminding Dan of an actor he couldn't name. I hate to bring bad news, especially at breakfast, but your wife is still seeing Philippe DuPont, the man said, dropping some shocking photos on the table. And she's not the only one. Thanks, Dan replied, looking at the pictures of his wife and feeling disgusted. The dates were recent. I guess I'll be calling a lawyer. No, you won't, the second man said in a thick French accent. Well, I can't just sit here and let her treat me like this, Dan told the men. They exchanged glances, nodded, and then turned back to him. Of course not, sir, the first man said. You will help us. Fix a problem. In return, we will help you with your problem. What do you mean? Dan asked, confused. Surely you know some history? The second man asked. Yeah, Dan replied, wondering where this was going. The French and Americans have helped each other for years, right? It was our General Rochambeau who helped your General Washington beat the British, correct? He continued. Yeah, that's true, Dan agreed. And it was our General Eisenhower who helped you beat the Nazis. Yes, exactly, the the first man replied. What does this have to do with me? Dan asked. We have a shared problem, sir, the second man said. We need your help, and in return, we will help you deal with your problem. What do you want me to do? Not here, sir. Meet us here in 1 hour, the first man said, writing something on the back of a business card. Dan took the card, which had the Sunset Motel written on it. And what should I call you? Dan asked, putting the card in his pocket. You can call me Jean-Pierre, the first man replied. And this is Thierry, he added, pointing to the second man. 1 hour, sir. We will be waiting. I'll be there, Dan said as the two men stood up and left. Dan finished his breakfast, trying to figure out what they wanted. Do we understand each other, sir? Jean-Pierre asked after they explained their plan. Shocked by their words, Dan just nodded. He felt uneasy about this and feared they might hurt him if he backed out. Good, Terry said. You will get the first payment when the problem is solved. The second part will come after you follow our instructions. You understand you will wait for our message? Yes, I understand, Dan said. And you understand to keep quiet? Jean-Pierre added. Of course, Dan nodded. Carry on with your day as usual, Terry said. We will let you know when it's time. 3 days later, Dan got a text he didn't want. It is time. Your place, now. He told his boss he had an emergency and needed the day off. Since he had enough time off, his boss agreed. Dan drove home as fast as he could and saw a car he didn't recognize in his driveway. Another car followed him, and the two Frenchmen got out. Jean-Pierre handed him a small taser. Place this end on the skin, then press the trigger, he instructed Dan. They walked to the front door, which was unlocked, and found his wife in a compromising position with her boss. Dan pressed the taser against Philippe's neck and pulled the trigger. The big man fell down, and Dan turned to face Carmelita. I warned you what would happen if I caught you cheating, he growled. Please, it's not what you think. I only love you, Carmelita begged. It was just that one time. You have to trust me. Please. Dan was filled with anger. He cut Jean-Pierre off with the taser. The rest of the day was spent in Dan's shed. Only Dan, Jean-Pierre, and Thierry walked out when it was done. Wait for our message. Follow our orders exactly, Thierry said. It might take some time, so be patient. You will get your payment after you do what we ask. While you wait, clean up. If anyone asks, say your wife is traveling for work. Got it? Yes, Dan replied softly, trying to keep calm. He had seen a lot during his time in the service, but nothing was as terrible as what he had seen in his shed. After cleaning himself up, he looked at his workshop. There was so much blood. The next few months were hard for Dan. He slept on the couch because he didn't want to go near the bed he once shared with his wife. His dreams were filled with nightmares of Carmelita begging for help from the freezer. He struggled to get through the days and kept his family at a distance, which frustrated his brother. He never returned to his workshop but noticed footprints in the dirt, showing someone had been there. About 6 months after that awful day, Dan received a text from Jean-Pierre. Do it, early in the morning, then meet us at the meeting spot. He sent a thumbs-up emoji to let them know he understood. He started around midnight, putting the 2 body parts on a tarp in the back of his truck. Tears fell as he placed Carmelita's lower half on the tarp. I'm so sorry, he whispered. He drove to Eastland Bridge, placed the body parts as instructed, and then kept driving. He thought about going the other way, but remembered Jean-Pierre's stern warning. He shivered as he recalled how the 2 Frenchmen had dealt with Carmelita and Philippe. It seemed like they enjoyed it too much. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the window startled him. Hello, sir, Terry said when Dan rolled the window down. I did what you wanted, Dan said. Yes, you did. Can we finish our business? Dan asked. Thierry nodded. Of course, he replied. Dan put out his cigarette and then felt something touch his throat. Oh no, he thought before everything went dark. 9:45 a.m., September 22nd, 2022. Ryan had just finished looking over the reports from last night when his phone rang. Happy for a break, he picked it up, wondering who it was. Caldwell, he answered. Morning, Sheriff. This is Darnell Haynes. Good morning. What do you need today? Ryan asked. It's about the bolo you put out yesterday, Darnell said. We found your guy. Ryan sat up, hoping they had caught Dan Holder. You have him in custody? Ryan asked eagerly. In a way. He was found in his truck this morning. Dead. Looks like he took his own life. We took his truck and his body is at the morgue. Damn! Ryan exclaimed. I'll send someone to get him in his truck. Where was he found? Rest stop on HYY 19, Darnell replied. Ryan knew that road. It was usually empty, even when it was busy. It was quite messy. Looks like he cut his own throat. The knife was still in his hand. Are you sure it was suicide? Yeah, pretty sure. We found a typed suicide note that talked about letting them out of the freezer. No idea what that means. There's no sign of a robbery or anything. Really? Ryan thought, but kept it to himself. Okay, Darnell. Thanks for the call. Send the impound bill to the Hard Rock Sheriff's Department. Do you have photos of the scene for my detective? Yes, we have photos and fingerprints. I'll give everything to your detective when he arrives. He was your main suspect, right? Yeah, he was, Ryan sighed. Looks like you can wrap this up then. Good luck, Sheriff, Darnell said. Thanks, Ryan replied before hanging up. He didn't believe for a second that Dan had killed himself. How many more bodies would there be? His next call was to Ray. I'll call Ron and handle the details, Ray said when Ryan shared what Darnell told him. Thanks, Ray, Ryan said, feeling frustrated and angry. He grabbed his hat and left the office. He really needed a cup of coffee. This is a nice surprise, Sally smiled when he entered the coffee shop. I really need a cup of your best, Sally, Ryan said. 1 cup of the best coming right up, Sheriff, she said with a bright smile. She placed the cup on the counter, taking Ryan's money. Thanks, Sally, Ryan said. My pleasure, Sheriff. Come back any time, okay? Count on it, Ryan said with a grin. As he turned to leave, he stopped when he saw someone he hadn't seen in over 10 years, sitting in a booth eating chicken fried steak. What was he doing here? Ryan walked carefully to the stranger, making sure to seem friendly. Roland Waters? Ryan asked. The man looked up, surprised. He studied Ryan's face for a moment before finally recognizing him. Ryan Caldwell? Is that you? In the flesh, Ryan said. Damn, and you're a lawman now? Actually, I'm the sheriff around here. Sheriff? They made you a sheriff, even with that eye patch? Sure did, Ryan replied. May I join you? It's a free country, Roland replied. Take a seat. It's been a long time. What, 10 years? At least, Ryan said. What happened to you? Roland asked, pointing at the eye patch. Workplace accident, Ryan explained. Roland nodded. He understood well enough. You know how things can get, he said, sarcasm creeping into his tone. What brings you here? Ryan asked, clearly curious. Just passing through. Thought I'd stop for a meal. No rule against that, right? Roland replied flatly. Guess not. But Hard Rock isn't a place people just pass by, Ryan noted. You're right, Roland shot back with a grin. Still working in your field? Ryan asked. Not really, Roland answered. Now I do freelance work. Industrial spying, blue-collar crime. You'd be surprised how much companies pay to keep their business secret. I put down my old gun about 3 years ago, he added. Ryan knew Roland meant the Thompson submachine gun he was famous for. I heard you got married, Ryan said. Yeah, but that didn't last. She died in an accident. I'm sorry to hear that, Ryan replied. Roland shrugged. That's life, I guess. Things were tough between us. We were heading for a divorce anyway. How about you? Found your second wife, Mrs. Ryan Caldwell? Actually, yes, Ryan said. Roland raised an eyebrow, surprised. Cheers to a happy marriage, he said, lifting his glass of cola. Ryan tapped his coffee cup against it. Have you heard from the old group lately? Roland asked. Sometimes, Ryan replied. I heard about that trouble in New Mexico a while back, Roland said, studying Ryan carefully. Ryan knew he was talking about the rescue operation at the Knight Petroleum site, where he had gone to save his daughter and grandson. Not surprising. It was all over the news, Ryan said. The FBI said it was linked to a drug group. What, you trust the FBI? Ryan questioned. Roland chuckled softly. Roland quickly glanced around before focusing on Ryan. He lowered his voice. Come on, Ryan, I saw the news. That damage? Definitely not a drug group. That had your name all over it. And that jet? Looks like it was hit by something heavy. He relaxed a bit. Not many could pull off something like that. The official report said it was a drug group. I'm not going to doubt the FBI, Ryan replied, wanting to change the subject. So how long are you staying? Maybe a couple of days. I have a few meetings, Roland said. So much for just passing through, Ryan remarked with a sly smile. I hope there's no trouble coming, he added. Roland laughed at that. Me? Trouble? Yes, you. Trouble, Ryan joked, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. Roland shook his head. No trouble, I promise, Roland said. I hope so, Ryan said as he stood. If you can, come by the sheriff's department. We can catch up. Sure, Ryan. Nice to see you again, Roland said, smiling. The two men shook hands, and Ryan left the cafe, wondering what Roland was doing in town. He noticed a rental dark blue Toyota Corolla and memorized the license plate number. As he sipped his coffee on the way back to the office, he greeted others on the boardwalk. When he arrived, he told Elaine about the plate number. What's this? She asked. Keep an eye on that plate. It's for a rental car, a 2022 Toyota Corolla. I want to monitor it, Ryan explained. Got it, Sheriff. I'll spread the word, Elaine replied. Thanks, Elaine, Ryan said before heading outside to smoke a cigarette. He thought about the past few days and wondered again, what was Roland doing here? Was it linked to his case or something else? Later, Ray checked in with Ryan after he returned from a visit to Sheriff Haynes. Ryan could see that Ray was feeling frustrated. Ron's looking at Holder's truck. It's a mess. Looks like we're back to where we started, Ray sighed. By the way, I asked Sanders to bring in Don to identify his brother's body. Thanks, Ryan said, feeling sympathy for the deputy. Haynes mentioned they found a suicide note in Holder's truck. Yeah, I saw that. It was printed, no signature. Kinda strange. I took a picture, Ray said, showing Ryan his phone. The letter read, They want it out of the freezer. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to let them out. Ryan handed the phone back to Ray. Odd. No pleas for forgiveness or anything. What do you think? Ryan asked. From what I see, it looks like Holder came home, found his wife with DuPont, lost it, killed them, hid them in his freezer, then ended it all. He put the halves on the bridge and took off before he killed himself, Ray answered. You don't really believe that, do you? Ryan pressed. I'm not sure what to think, Sheriff. I follow the clues. We found a taser in Holder's house, and his fingerprints were all over it. True, but that doesn't explain everything we found in his shed, and I doubt he could move two unconscious bodies by himself. And getting those bodies onto that bandsaw? I've been thinking about this. What do we know about Holder's wife? Ryan asked. Ray thought about it and then shook his head. Not much. Is there anything in the papers we took from Holder's house? Ryan asked. Nothing shocking. Just bank statements, bills, the usual stuff. His computer showed he spent a lot of time looking for hunting gear and some other adult content, but nothing that raised any alarms, Ray replied. I did see regular payments going into their bank account from a company called Worldwide Imports and Exports, Ray said, looking at his notebook. Maybe paychecks? Ryan asked. Seems like it. The last bank statement shows a deposit on August 30th. It looks like this company is right here in Hard Rock. It's in the old Harding office building just down the street, Ryan said while checking his computer. Want to take a short walk? Sure, Ray replied. I could use some fresh air. They left the office and walked 3 blocks to the old brick building built in the late 1800s. Inside, they checked the directory and found Worldwide Imports and Exports on the 4th floor, in Suite 410. They took the elevator to that floor and found the suite, but the door was locked. It's tough to do business if they aren't here, Ray noted. Yeah, Ryan agreed. Let's talk to the building manager. They walked back to the 1st floor and found the management office. Good afternoon, Sheriff, said a friendly brunette with a big smile. Her desk had a nameplate that read Brenda Morris. How can I help you today? She asked, adjusting her glasses. What can you tell us about the people in Suite 410? Ryan asked. Suite 410? That's Worldwide Imports and Exports, the brunette said as she looked at her computer. Their rent is up to date. We get a payment every month from their office in Montreal. Is there anything else you need? Ray pulled out a picture of Carmelita and a man from Leah's tattoo shop. Do you recognize these two? He asked. Yes, that's the man who runs the office and his assistant. But we haven't seen them in a while, the brunette replied. What can you tell us about him? Ryan asked. He seems nice, good with words. I think he's French. Let me check. Here it is. His name is Philip DuPont. I'm not sure who the woman is, but I heard him call her Carmelita, Brenda said. Ryan now had a name confirmed. Their office is locked. Could you help us get in? Ryan asked. It was quicker to ask for help than to get a warrant, and time was important. Are they in some kind of trouble? Brenda asked, looking worried. They're dead, Ray said. We need to find out what happened to them. It's very important that we get into that office. Oh my God, she gasped, clearly shocked. We usually don't allow this, but I guess we can make an exception. Let me get a key for you. Thank you, Ryan said. While they waited for Brenda to return with the key, Ryan called Deputy Sanders. Sanders, the deputy answered. Deputy, I need a full background check on a Philippe DuPont who works for Worldwide Imports and Exports. I need to know everything about him. Can you do that? Sure, Sheriff, I can do that. By the way, I brought Don Holder in to identify his brother. He's pretty upset right now. I figured, Ryan said dryly. Where is he? He just left. I think he's going back to work. I told him to see a counselor. Good. Thanks, Deputy. I know that's hard for him. Not my favorite job, Sanders replied. I'll get started on that background check. They finished the call, and Ryan, Ray, and Brenda went back to the 4th floor. Brenda opened the door to suite 410. Thank you, Ryan said. We may be here a while, so we'll leave this door unlocked. No problem, Sheriff. If you need anything, just call. Here's my card. My cell number is on the back, she said with a smile. Call any time, she added, glancing at Ryan. Thanks, Brenda, Ryan said nervously as he took the card. For a moment, he felt uncomfortable. That was awkward, Ray said after Brenda left. Just a little, Ryan chuckled, putting the card in his pocket. The office was almost empty, as if it wasn't really used. The desk in the main office had a nameplate that read, Carmelita Holder. Other than a computer and a phone, the desk was bare. Using a handkerchief, Ryan opened the drawers. He found a few pens, paper clips, and some other office supplies, but not much else. When they walked into a larger office, they found a desk with a nameplate that said, Philippe DuPont. It had a computer and a phone, and a framed photo of a smiling Philippe with a blonde woman. Ryan wondered if she was his wife. She looked much shorter than Philip and seemed unhappy. Wife or sister? Ryan asked. Hard to tell, Ray replied. They're not close in the photo, and she doesn't look too happy. No, she doesn't. Ryan set the photo back down, and they continued searching. Like Carmelita's desk, this desk had empty drawers, no papers or anything else that showed it was a real business. A file cabinet had a few folders with bills and details about goods coming into the States from countries to the south. Did they even do any work here? Ray asked, feeling confused and annoyed. Good question, Ryan answered, also puzzled. An import-export business would have a lot more paperwork, unless everything was on the computer. This was the digital age, after all. What do you think? Ray asked. I think we need Ron's help with this, Ryan sighed as he took out his phone. He's not busy with anything else, right? Ray joked. Ryan laughed at that. Ron answered immediately. What's up, boss? Ron asked. Ron, I need you to come to the Harding office building, suite 410. There's a couple of computers here I need you to check, Ryan said. You mean look into them, right? Ron replied, sounding sarcastic. Whatever it takes, Ryan said. I need you here as soon as you can. On my way, Ron sighed. Let me grab my toolbox. We'll be here, Ryan said. They continued searching the office, but found nothing useful. Ron arrived about 30 minutes later carrying a laptop bag. Took you long enough, Ryan said. Hey, I had a lot to do, Ron replied. Did you find anything in Holder's car? Ray asked. Yep, a lot of blood, a stack of cash, 2 cell phones, and a severed finger in a plastic bag. It was frozen, too. We found some DNA in the truck bed. I think the remains found on Eastland Bridge were in that truck, Ron said. What about Holder? What did you find about him? Ryan asked. His throat was cut, Ron said. A bloody knife was in his hand. Was it a suicide? Ray asked. Maybe, Ron said quietly. So is this the computer? He asked, pointing to the one on Carmelita's desk. That's one of them, Ryan said. There's another in that office, he added, pointing to a different room. Okay, give me a few minutes, Ron said as he opened his bag. He took out a laptop and a cable. After connecting them, he switched them on. Ray and Ryan watched as Ron worked. After a little while, he frowned and shook his head. What's wrong? Ryan asked. There's nothing on this computer, Ron said. What do you mean nothing? Ryan asked, getting frustrated. Just that. It has no files, documents, images, or hidden files. Nothing. It's like a blank slate. There's not even an email. Let me check the other one, Ron said. He moved to the second desk and looked at the photo. Is this our guy? Yeah, Ryan said. This woman. I've seen her around town, often at the Piggly Wiggly. Is she his wife? Ron asked. We're not sure, Ray said. You've seen her before? Yeah, Ron said. She always looks stiff, if you know what I mean. She'd probably be pretty if she smiled, but I doubt it. Ray and Ryan exchanged glances. Let me see what's on this one, Ron said as he sat up again. A few minutes later, he sat back, shaking his head again. What? Ryan asked. Same thing, Ron said. This computer is empty too. They might be using cloud storage, like Azure. Can you speak plainly, Ron? Ryan said, annoyed. What do you mean? Many businesses are moving to cloud storage, especially big ones with many offices. Everything is done online. They store all their data away, sometimes on another continent, Ron explained. There's more to it, but that's the gist. So, how do we get that information? Ryan asked, a little irritated. First, you'll need a warrant. Then you have to find someone to give it to. Even then, you might not get to see everything, Ron said. Maybe we could contact the company. They might want to know what happened to their worker, Ryan suggested. He thought about a company that let employees disappear for 6 months without checking in, but kept paying their bills. Then he remembered the Holders, a large family that hadn't seen Dan's wife in a while and didn't seem too worried. He felt like something was wrong and worried that more people might get hurt if they didn't act fast. Good luck with that, Sheriff. I'll see what I can do too, Ron said, starting to write notes on his phone. I can talk to the judge for you. I'd appreciate that, Ron, Ryan replied. How about you get some people over here to gather what documents we have? Maybe we can find out more that way. Will do, Ron said. Let's head back to the office. Maybe Sanders has some news for us, Ryan said. You got this handled, Ron? I got it, Sheriff, Ron said. Ray and Ryan left to see Brenda. Her face lit up when they came in. We'll have some people taking things out of Suite 410. Thank you for your help, Ryan said. My pleasure, Sheriff. If there's anything else I can do for you, just let me know, Brenda said with an eager look. Thanks, Ryan said nervously, tipping his hat. They walked out and headed back to the sheriff's office. Ryan pictured himself walking down the street, showing his wedding ring to keep the attention of women away. He shivered at the thought, and Ray gave him a knowing look. I think she was interested in you, Sheriff, Ray said, smiling. You think so? Ryan replied sarcastically. Good thing Bev wasn't around. She'd probably scratch that woman's eyes out. They both laughed. When they got back to the office, Deputy Sanders was waiting for them. Got news for us? Ray asked. Yeah, Sanders said. Let's go to my office. Now, Ryan said. He closed the door after they entered and sat down. So, what do you have? First off, Philip Dupont, 42 years old, originally from Calais. That's in France, by the way. Yes, I know, Ryan interrupted, sounding annoyed, then sighed. Sorry, go ahead, he said when he saw Sanders' worried face. He's worked for the Worldwide Import and Export Company, based out of Marseille, for 15 years. 8 years ago, he moved to Montreal, Canada, to work at the company's main office for North America. There, he met and married his wife, Azalea. A year and a half ago, they moved to Hard Rock so he could start the company's office for the Southwest region, Sanders said. I also found out some things about his wife. Azalea, Ray said. Yes, she is 35 years old. Until 4.5 years ago, she was a sergeant in the Quebec police. The what? Ryan interrupted. The Sûreté du Québec. It's the police for the province of Quebec, Ray explained. Okay, continue. She lost her left foot when a bomb exploded, Sanders added. Ray and Ryan exchanged looks of shock. Did you say her left foot? Ray asked again. Yes, detective, her left foot. I even talked to her old boss from the police. He spoke highly of her, said she wanted to join the tactical team, the GTI, Sanders said. Ryan looked at Ray, waiting for more details. That's their special police team, kind of like SWAT, Ray explained. As far as I know, no woman has ever joined, but they can apply. Her former boss told me that she wanted to join, but after the explosion, her application was stopped. He also said she was very skilled with guns, fighting, and knives, Sanders said. Wow, Ryan said. Anything else? Yes. He mentioned that she can be a bit awkward, socially speaking. He called her a bit different, Sanders said. Do you know what she does now? Ray asked. She works with a global security company as a consultant. Her commander said he'd email me more details after checking with his bosses, Sanders replied. Do you have her address? Ryan asked. Yes, Sheriff, Sanders said, handing Ryan a piece of paper. Good job, Sanders, Ryan said. You gathered a lot of information quickly. I have more coming, but that's what I found out so far, Sanders said. That's much more than we had just a few hours ago, Ray said. Great job, Sanders. Thank you, Detective, Sanders replied. It's still early in the afternoon, Ryan said, checking his watch. What do you think about visiting Mrs. DuPont? Let's go, Ray agreed. You coming, Sanders? Ryan asked. I'm with you, Sheriff, Sanders said happily. Let me get my car. Smart move, Ryan replied, thinking they might need an extra vehicle. They drove to the DuPont home in a newer area on the north side of town. When they reached the address, Ryan saw a blue Toyota parked in front and prepared himself. Isn't that the same Toyota you saw earlier? Ray asked. Yep, Ryan replied. He didn't believe in coincidences, and things were starting to look connected. They parked, got out, and walked to the front door, which opened before Ryan could knock. The widow DuPont stood in front looking much like the photo on Philip's desk. Mrs. Philip DuPont? Ryan asked. Yes, that's me, she replied. I'm Sheriff Ryan Caldwell from the Hard Rock Sheriff's Department. This is Detective Ray Hale and Deputy Sanders. Can we come in? It's about your husband. Of course, she said calmly, stepping back to let them in. A man walked into the room, tucking in his shirt. It was clear what they had been up to. I'll be going, Azalea, the man said. No, Ryan said. I think Mr. Waters should stay. Azalea looked at the man and then back at Ryan, frowning. Ray and Sanders watched closely. Do you two know each other? She asked. We've met, Ryan replied. Very well, Azalea said. Please take a seat. Azalea and Roland sat on the couch while Ray and Ryan chose chairs across from them. Sanders stayed by the door. You said this is about my husband, Azalea prompted. Yes, ma'am, Ryan said. I'm sorry to tell you that your husband's body was found on Eastland Bridge. Azalea was quiet for a few moments. Ray, Ryan, and Sanders waited for her reaction, but none came. It seemed like she was ready for this news. She nodded, sighed, and looked at Ryan without any tears. I suppose you want me to identify the body, she said calmly. If you want to, but it won't be easy to see, Ryan suggested. No, I need to see for myself. Don't worry about me, Sheriff. I have seen terrible things before, she replied. Her flat tone made Ryan uneasy. He wondered if she might be capable of something very dark. All right, ma'am, Ryan said gently, hoping to connect with her. And you probably want to question me, she added. With a spouse, you usually think they're a suspect, right? Often that's how it goes, Ryan began, but she interrupted him. Please don't speak down to me, Sheriff, she said stiffly. It's fair that you take me to your station to ask me questions. She held her hands together, ready for handcuffs. That won't be necessary, ma'am, Ryan said. Not unless you give us a reason to. I'm just a grieving widow, Sheriff. I might react in my pain. Please, handcuff me. It's all right. I'd do the same if I were in your position, she said, her voice sharp and intense, her blue eyes flashing. All right, Mrs. DuPont. Deputy Sanders will read you your rights first, Ryan said. He nodded at Deputy Sanders, who looked puzzled as he moved closer to Azalea. Do you understand the rights I just read to you, ma'am? Sanders asked her after going through the Miranda rights. Yes, I understand completely, she replied. Would you like to talk to a lawyer? He asked. No. Only those who are guilty need lawyers, she replied firmly. Okay, please stand and put your hands behind your back, he instructed. He carefully put handcuffs on her wrists, making sure they weren't too tight. Make them tighter, please, she said. Sure thing, ma'am, Sanders said, curious about what kind of person she was. He tightened the cuffs and thought he noticed her give a soft sigh. Much better, she said softly. Thank you. Take her in, deputy. Have her identify the body, then put her in an interview room. Keep an eye on her. We'll be there soon, Ryan said. And don't forget her purse, he added, noticing her large purse on the kitchen counter. She'll need her ID. Sanders grabbed it, checking it to make sure there were no weapons inside. Got it, Sheriff, Sanders replied. This way, ma'am, he said, leading Azalea out. Once they were gone, Ryan turned to Roland. Just passing through, right? Ryan asked. I did mention I had some meetings, Roland replied. True, but we have questions, so you'll need to come with us. You're not going to make me handcuff you, are you? I'd really prefer not to, Ryan said. I'm not under arrest, am I? No, and neither is your girlfriend. We just need some answers, Ryan clarified. Then no, I won't cause you any trouble, Roland said. Good, but I still need to search you, Ryan said. I'm sure you get that. Yes, I understand, Roland said as he raised his arms. Ryan checked him and found nothing. How long have you been with Mrs. DuPont? Ryan asked. Azalea doesn't sleep with anyone, Detective, Roland responded. Not even her husband. She says she can't stand sharing a bed. She doesn't like much physical contact, except when she's with someone. But you were clearly with her when we got there, Ryan said. Roland nodded. Yes, but we weren't sleeping. Azalea likes to start and end our meetings quickly. She says it helps her focus, Roland explained. So how long have you two been together? Ryan asked. We're not together in that way, Roland said. She just likes to have fun, and I'm happy to help. She's quite adventurous. What about her husband? Ryan asked, making Roland chuckle. Did he know? Yeah, he knew, but he was gone a lot and didn't seem to mind. She said they had an arrangement. Don't ask me to explain it, Roland said. So what's your connection to her? Ryan continued. There isn't really one. She's my boss, Roland replied. She just likes to have some fun before we talk business. There's no feelings involved, it's just physical. Ryan and Ryan exchanged looks, unsure of what to think of this situation. All right, let's go, Ryan said. During the ride to the morgue, Azalea stayed quiet, looking out the window as Deputy Sanders drove. He watched her in the rearview mirror and thought about speaking to her, but decided to stay quiet. When they got to the morgue, he opened the door and helped her out. Let me take off the cuffs, ma'am, he said softly. Azalea turned and held out her wrists. You won't cause any trouble, will you? No, Deputy, she replied. If I did, your officers would probably shoot me, right? Probably, he said back. Grab your bag and let's go. Be ready to show your ID. You do have a driver's license, right? Of course, she said. That's the law, isn't it? Yes, it is, he agreed. They entered the building where Azalea showed her license. They were led to a room with 3 tables, each holding a body. A forensic technician pulled back the cover on the first body. This is him, Azalea said quietly after walking around the table. Are you sure, ma'am? The technician asked. Yes, he has a long mole about 1.5 millimeters behind his left ear. It's easy to see, Azalea said calmly as she walked around. I want to see the rest. It's not pretty, ma'am, the technician replied. Most of his organs are missing. Azalea scoffed at that. Well, he doesn't need them anymore, does he? She replied, surprising the technician. No, I suppose not, the technician said, slowly uncovering more of the body. Azalea looked without showing much emotion until a small smile appeared when she saw her husband's groin. He has been frozen for quite a while, Azalea finally mentioned. That's what we think, too, the technician agreed. And these other bodies were found with him? Azalea asked, looking at the tables beside the first one. No, ma'am, Sanders said. The bottom half of the woman was found with your husband's upper body. Connected at the waist, huh? Azalea said, showing a hint of humor as the technician uncovered the top half of Carmelita's body. Yes, this was the woman he hired for his office. Who is the other man? That would be her husband, Sanders said as the technician revealed his face and upper body. We believe he took his own life. He didn't do this to himself, Azalea said, looking closely at Dan's neck. The cut is too deep and wraps too far around. Whoever did this was behind him. He was murdered. I think Sheriff Caldwell would agree with you, Sanders said. Azalea listened carefully as he spoke, her mind racing with different thoughts. I'm done here, Azalea said as she stood tall. What about your husband's body? The technician asked. I will reach out to his sister in Calais and let you know. Azalea replied before turning to Sanders. It's time for the questioning. Come on, deputy. Let's get started. Yes, ma'am, Sanders said. He led Azalea to a room where they would talk and made sure she was comfortable. Would you like something to drink? Water? Coke? Water, please, she replied softly. Sanders left the room and came back a minute later with a bottle of water. Thank you, Azalea said as he set it down in front of her. He met Ray and Ryan in the hallway outside the room. Well? Ray asked. She recognized her husband's body. Said he was definitely murdered, Sanders told the two men. She did, huh? Ryan said, looking at Ray. Yeah. Honestly, Sheriff, she's a really unusual woman, Sanders said. I can see that, Ryan replied. I need you to get a search warrant for the DuPont home. On it, Sheriff. I'll go right now. Thanks, Deputy, Ryan said. Do you really think we'll find anything there? Ray asked. Not really, but we should check just to be sure, Ryan answered. Let's go. They walked into the room to find Azalea sitting quietly like a statue in her chair, an unopened bottle of water in front of her. They sat across from her, and Ryan began recording. Mrs. DuPont, I know you've been informed of your rights, but you are not under arrest right now. If you want a lawyer, just say so, and we will stop this talk. Detective Hale and I have some questions that might help us find out who is responsible for your husband's death. Do you understand? Ryan asked. Yes, Sheriff, I understand, Azalea replied. Good. Just to let you know, we're working on getting a search warrant for your home. That seems wise, Sheriff. Azalea nodded. When was the last time you saw your husband alive, Mrs. DuPont? Ray asked. Early March. To be exact, it was 4:30 a.m. on March 11th. That's when Philip left for a trip to Mexico and Central America. How long was he supposed to be gone? Ryan asked. It was open-ended. Most of his trips lasted 2 to 3 weeks, but this one didn't have a set end date since he was meeting several potential clients in different countries. Was his assistant, Carmelita Holder, traveling with him? Ray asked. Yes, Azalea said, her face showing anger. Spanish was her first language, and Philippe's Spanish wasn't very good. Were you aware of the relationship between your husband and Mrs. Holder? Ryan asked. There was no relationship like that. She was his employee. And nothing more, Azalea replied. But you knew about their actions, right? Ray asked. Yes, I knew. We talked about things openly. He told me, and I could smell her on him, Azalea said with a slight frown. Ray and Ryan were taken aback by her straightforwardness. How would you describe your relationship with your husband? Ray asked. We had a very good relationship. But you both were with other people, Ryan pointed out. Yes, but it was just physical. We understood each other. I knew Philip would not stay faithful, so I didn't expect it. He never asked that from me. We both liked to be with others, so we set some rules. Up until the last year, he followed those rules, she said. And you were fine with this? Ray asked. It wasn't about being fine with it. It was just the way it was. Philip couldn't be faithful, so I didn't fight it. It was easier this way. Did he mark all the women he was with? Ryan asked. Yes, Azalea replied. With this? Ryan asked, showing her a photo of a tattoo he had. She nodded. Please speak for the recording. Yes, that's what he used. And according to this, he had relations with 46 women before Mrs. Holder. Is that correct? Not quite, Azalea said. He had that many the year before we got married. Can you explain this number? Ryan asked. The first number shows how important she was to him then. The second measures her performance, Azalea explained. Were you marked like this? Ray asked, clearly surprised. Yes, I was, Azalea said. Twice. The second time after, I lost my left foot. She took off her shoe and showed her right foot. On her ankle there was a tattoo, a flower design with a number 1 inside a star. We know you served in the Quebec police. Can you explain this tattoo? Ryan asked. Yes, I can. Please do, Ryan encouraged her. He said I was the most important woman in his life, even more than his mother and sister. The star means I was the best he'd ever had, Azalea stated calmly, even with a prosthetic foot. You last saw your husband on March 11th, Ray said, trying to change the subject. He was missing for 6 months before we found his body. Weren't you worried when you didn't hear from him for so long? What do you mean? Azalea asked, her anger rising. I heard from him almost every day. He sent me texts nearly every evening. I can show you. Please do, Ray said, surprised. Azalea pulled out her phone, opened it, and showed Ray the text messages between her and someone using Philip's phone. Ray noticed that the last message from Philip was from September 18th. After that, there were many messages from Azalea, but Ray wanted to read Philippe's. He showed it to Ryan first. It's all in French. Of course, Azalea said. French is Philippe's first language. I grew up speaking it too, so that's what we used. My French isn't great. Can you translate it for us? Ray asked, giving the phone back. Sure. He said his trip was done and he was coming home. He planned to return on our anniversary and wouldn't have to travel anymore, she said. Ray took the phone back, read the message, and nodded. His French was better than he let on. When is your anniversary? Ray asked. September 20th, Azalea sighed. That's the day they found your husband's body on Eastland Bridge, Ray said. Azalea's face went a deep red as she struggled with her feelings. How did you feel when he didn't show up? I was angry, she said through clenched teeth. Very angry. I called him and got no reply. I texted him, but he didn't answer. Why didn't you call us? Ryan asked. Because I knew nothing would happen for at least 48 hours, Azalea said, her voice tight. Ray looked through Azalea's call log on her phone. He saw a call to RW on the 20th and showed it to Ryan. So, you contacted Roland Waters? Ryan asked. Yes, Azalea said softly. What did you expect him to do? Ray asked. I hoped he could find out what happened to my husband. Maybe help him if he needed it, she said. And why did you think Mr. Waters could help your husband? Ray asked. More to the point, Mrs. DuPont, why did you think your husband needed help? Ryan added. Did he have enemies who might want to harm him? It would be easier to count his friends. You don't understand. My husband's work can be very intense. It's easy to make enemies. You have no idea. As for Roland, he has skills. A lot of experience, she replied after a long pause. Skills? Experience? Ray asked. Azalea paused again, staring at Ryan. He realized she knew something. But how much? He took out his phone and sent a message to Ron. He was a soldier for hire once. A mercenary, she finally said, looking back at Ray. So you hired a mercenary to find your husband? Ryan asked. No, he's been working for me for 2 years. When I hired him, he promised he was out of that life, she explained. I just thought he could use his skills to help me find Philippi. I'll have to check this with Mr. Waters, Ray said after writing his notes. Of course, Azalea said softly. Ray turned to Ryan. Is there anything else, Sheriff? Just one thing, Ryan said. What? Ray asked, eager to talk to Roland. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Ryan called. The door opened, and Ron walked in with a small red and white cooler which he placed on the table. He opened it and took out a plastic bag, setting it beside the cooler. Azalea watched with curiosity, her face serious. What is this? She asked. I was hoping you could tell us, Mrs. DuPont, Ryan said, holding the bag. Why would this be in Mr. Holder's freezer? He asked, laying the bag with the severed foot on the table in front of her. Her face lost all color as she stared at it. Good Lord, she whispered. Where did you get this? As the sheriff said, we found it in Mr. Holder's freezer, Ron told her. Does it look familiar? Ryan asked. The last time I saw that was... About 4.5 years ago when you were a police officer? Ray finished the sentence. Yes. But how did it end up in Mr. Holder's freezer? Azalea asked. That's what we want to know, Mrs. DuPont, Ryan said. Maybe someone is trying to send you a message. But I don't know who would do that, she replied. Then I suggest you think hard about it, Mrs. DuPont. We have 3 dead bodies and I don't want to see another, Ryan said before turning to Ray. Do you have anything else, Detective? No, Sheriff. I think that's all for now. Let's go talk to Mr. Waters then. Mrs. DuPont, I'd like our forensic team to look at your phone if that's okay, Ryan said. Of course, Azalea said quietly, her brow furrowed. As a former police officer, she knew that if she refused, he might get a warrant, so she decided to cooperate. I'll clone your phone and have it back to you soon, ma'am, Ron said. All right, she replied, nodding. Sheriff, I hope you know Mr. Holder did not kill himself, she added, looking at Ryan. I think you're right, Ryan said. But why do you say that? As I told your tech, the cut is too deep and wraps too far around his neck. Whoever did this was clearly behind him, she explained. I believe you, Mrs. DuPont, he said. He placed the bag with the foot in front of her, the tattoo facing her. Right now, I'd like you to think about who would keep a severed foot for almost 5 years. We'll be back soon. Okay, she said. Ryan handed her phone to Ron and then left the room with Ray. As they walked out, he saw Deputy Sanders. Got the search warrant, Sheriff, he said. Good. We're going to talk to Mr. Waters. Please keep an eye on Mrs. DuPont from the observation room, Ryan said. Will do, Sanders said. Ray and Ryan entered the next interview room, where Roland sat waiting. Another deputy was in the corner, watching Roland closely. Ryan nodded at the deputy, who nodded back, then took a seat across from Roland. Ray sat next to Ryan and waited for the recording to start. Then he spoke. Mr. Waters, we have a few questions for you. You are not under arrest, but if you want a lawyer, just let us know and we will stop the interview, he said. That's fine, Detective, Roland replied. I have nothing to hide. Great. First, can you tell us about your relationship with Mrs. DuPont? Ray asked. Like I said before, there is no relationship. I've been doing contract work for her for about 2 years. It's nothing big, just gathering information, Roland explained. She said you used to be a mercenary. Is that true? Ray inquired. Yes, Roland said quietly, looking at Ryan, who remained silent. Ray noticed and then continued. But I've been out of that for a long time. When did she last contact you? Ray asked. A couple of days ago, Roland answered. On the 20th, Ray pressed. That sounds right, Roland replied. And what did she want to talk about? Ray asked. She was expecting her husband to come back from a work trip south of the border, but he never showed up, Roland said. I came over right away. I got some food and then met with her. We called all the airlines and found out he never got on any flight. He had a ticket, but it was never used, he said. We took a break, and that's when you showed up. Uh-huh, Ray said, looking at his notes. You mentioned before that you met Mr. DuPont. Is that correct? Yeah, that's right. I met him, Roland said. Can you tell us about your meeting with Mr. DuPont? Ray asked. Again, Detective, there was no relationship. I met the man once. We shook hands, and then he left. That's all. I haven't seen him since. So there were no hard feelings? You were with his wife, after all, Ray commented. No hard feelings at all, Roland said. Azalea told me about their setup. It's not something I could accept, but I guess it worked for them. So there was no anger between you? Ray asked. No, none, Roland said, shaking his head. Were you planning to contact us, or were you going to do things your way? Ray continued. We talked about filing a report, but Azalea said you wouldn't do anything for at least 48 hours. Ray nodded as he took notes. He then sighed, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Roland. Their stories matched so far, and neither man seemed to be lying. How long do you plan to stay? He finally asked. I thought I'd stay for just a couple of days. But I guess you'll want me to stick around, Roland said. That's right. Where are you staying? Ray asked. I was at the Holiday Inn Express near the airport, but I guess I can stay with Azalea if she's okay with that. She is a good boss, but not the best hostess, he replied. Okay, Mr. Winters, Ray said with a chuckle. That will be all for now, but I will probably want to talk to you again later, he added. Ryan then stopped the recording and the 3 men left the room. Ryan went into the observation room and stood with Deputy Sanders. I'm telling you, Sheriff, there's something off about that woman, Sanders said, glancing at Azalea in the next room. She hasn't moved at all since you left. She is different, that's true. Has Ron returned yet? Ryan asked. Not yet, Sanders replied. Ryan pulled out his phone to text Ron when they heard a knock on the interview room door. Ron opened the door, saw Azalea, and walked in, handing her phone back. We have everything we need, he said. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, Azalea said quietly without looking at him. I think they're done with your friend. So I'll take this, Ron said, picking up the bag with her severed foot. He placed it in a cooler and shut it. Thank you, she said in a flat tone. Have a good day, ma'am. I'm sorry for your loss, Ron said before leaving. Azalea nodded but didn't say anything. I want you to take a couple of deputies and bring Mrs. DuPont and Mr. Walters back to her house. Keep them apart and search the place. I'll approve any overtime, Ryan instructed. Thank you, Sheriff, Sanders replied. I'll handle it. You're welcome, Ryan said as they left the room. He knocked on the door to the interview room and walked inside. Are you finished now? Azalea asked. Yes. Deputy Sanders will take you home and search your house. If you think of anything, please call me any time, he said, handing her a business card. She stood up, put the card in her purse, and glanced at Ryan. I've seen you before, Sheriff, she said. I can't quite remember where, but I know I've seen you. Somewhere. I never forget a face. I've traveled a lot over the years, Ryan replied. Maybe we crossed paths without knowing. Maybe, Azalea said quietly. I guess I should go with Deputy Sanders. No handcuffs this time, Ryan reassured her. Azalea gave a slight smile as she walked out of the room. Ryan followed her and watched as Sanders led her and Roland down the hall. What do you think? Ray asked. I think someone went to a lot of trouble to make this look like a crime of love, Ryan said. And I think that severed foot is the key to understanding what really happened. I agree, Ray said. What do you think we should do next? It's been a long day for all of us. I don't know about you, but I'm going home. After dinner, I plan to spend time with my wife, Ryan said with a smile. Ray smiled back. We'll figure it out. Let's catch up in the morning after we see what Sanders finds. Sounds good, Sheriff, Ray agreed. See you in the morning. 9 a.m., September 23rd, 2022. Ryan finished his tasks at the office and called a meeting with Ray, Ron, and Deputy Sanders. He wanted to meet in the main conference room because his office felt too crowded for all four of them. How did it go? Ryan asked Sanders about the search at the DuPont home yesterday. Pretty well, Sanders replied. Mrs. DuPont and Mr. Waters were helpful and stayed out of our way. We took Mr. DuPont's computer and gave it to Ron. We didn't find anything else important. Good. Ron? Ryan asked, looking at his forensic expert, who looked tired after working hard for days. As you know, Sheriff, we've had a lot on our plates the last 3 days, Ron said, sounding a little frustrated. Yes, I know, but that's why you get paid a lot, right? Ryan joked, which made a few people laugh in the room. Yes, I guess that's true, Ron said with a wry smile. We're still going through everything, but I can tell you this. There's no proof that Mr. Holder touched any of the things we found in his shop. No fingerprints, no traces, nothing. You think someone set it up to make it look like he was making drugs or bombs? Ryan asked directly. Exactly, Ron replied. Also, the second phone we found in Mr. Holder's truck belonged to Mr. DuPont. The messages sent to Mrs. DuPont and Mr. Holder came from that phone. The finger we found in the truck was used to unlock it. I think it's safe to say Mr. Holder doesn't know enough French to message Mrs. DuPont, Ryan said dryly. Can you find out where the phone was when those messages were sent? He asked. Good question, Sheriff. I can't, but the phone company might know, Ron said. Or at least they can tell us the general area. We found cell phone bills in DuPont's office, Ray said. If we check if those bills were for that phone, we can ask the phone company for the details. We'll probably need another warrant, too. Sanders, look into that and get the warrants, Ryan ordered. Got it, boss, Sanders said, noting it down. What do you think, Ray? Ryan asked. At first I thought this was a crime of passion. A man comes home, finds his wife with another man, and kills them. But now, after seeing the evidence, I'm sure it was a setup, Ray said. What's your view? Ryan asked. I think that foot in Holder's freezer was meant as a warning, Ray said. Did you hear back from Mrs. DuPont's old commander? He asked Sanders. No, Detective, I haven't, Sanders replied. Not surprised, Ray said. They're probably deciding what they can safely send us. They don't have to send us anything at all. He looked at Ryan. Let me see what I can find out, Sheriff. Do your best, Ryan said. Any other business? Everyone shook their heads, so Ryan wrapped up the meeting. All right, let's get to work. We have a lot to sort through. After Sanders and Ron left the room, Ray stayed behind. What's on your mind? Ryan asked. I didn't want to say anything in front of the others, but I'm curious to know how you know Mr. Waters, Ray asked carefully. I appreciate your sensitivity, Ray, Ryan said quietly. We've worked together a few times before, Ryan said simply. Yes, he was a mercenary like me. Really good with a Thompson gun, actually. A Thompson gun? Ray asked, surprised. I didn't think anyone used those anymore. Well, Roland did, Ryan chuckled. And he was very skilled with it. It had a lot of power. Anyone hit didn't get back up. He had a strong reputation. Roland the Thompson gunner. Is he still? No, Ryan said quickly, stopping Ray. Okay, Ray said, recognizing that it was best to leave it there. So what's your next move? I think I need to talk to Mrs. DuPont again, Ryan replied. And also with Roland. While I'm out, I'll visit old man Holder. I owe him that much. Sounds good, Ray said. I should get going. They said their goodbyes and headed off in different directions. Ryan drove to the DuPont house, parked, and walked to the front door. He didn't see Roland's rented car and wondered where he was. Azalea must have noticed him because she opened the door before he could knock. Sheriff, please come in, she said stiffly. Have a seat, she added, pointing to the couch. Can I get you something to drink? I just brewed some coffee. Thank you, Mrs. DuPont. Coffee would be great. How do you take it? Black? That's perfect. Thank you, he replied. He watched her walk into the kitchen, noting her walk. Her prosthetic foot didn't seem to slow her down at all. She came back a moment later with 2 hot cups of coffee. What can I do for you, Sheriff? Azalea asked after she sat down. I have a few questions for you, Ryan said. Of course you do, she replied calmly. I know you were in the Quebec Provincial Police and that you lost your foot while serving. I'd like to know what happened. Is that because of the foot you found? She asked. Yes. I think it was meant as a message to you, a kind of warning. Azalea thought for a bit and then nodded. You might be right, Sheriff, she said, pausing to sigh. We were looking into a series of murders and found a meth lab in an old warehouse. We went to shut it down, but didn't realize the place was rigged with remote-controlled bombs. I was leading my team when one of them went off. The next thing I knew, I woke up in the hospital. Did they catch the people responsible? Ryan asked. Later, I was told they caught one person. The rest got away, Azalea replied. I'm trying to figure out why someone would keep something like that foot for almost 5 years, Ryan said, watching her closely. I can't answer that, Sheriff, Azalea said with a blank expression. Ryan studied her for a moment before continuing. How was your relationship with your husband? You don't seem very upset about his murder, he finally asked. Would it help if I cried, Sheriff? Would my tears bring Philip back? She shot back, her anger barely held back. Ryan was surprised. No, of course not, he answered gently. I just expected a different answer. I grieve in my own way, Azalea replied quietly, looking at the wall behind him as if it wasn't real. Ryan blinked. It seemed her anger had faded quickly, pushed down like a heavy backpack. You didn't answer my question before. How was your relationship with your husband? He asked again. We had a good relationship, Sheriff. I loved him and he loved me. More importantly, he respected me and understood my needs. You might have noticed that I'm not like other women, she said quietly. Please explain, Ryan prompted. He had noticed her uniqueness but didn't want to push her away. Unlike many women, I'm not interested in shiny things or drinks. A man would have more luck offering me coffee than wine. My father was a military man who taught me the importance of duty and being true to yourself. My mother was different. She followed wherever the sparkles were, leaving me alone when my father was away. One winter night, she and her date crashed their car on black ice and fell down a steep hill. They found her dead, and my father was heartbroken over her death and betrayal. I had to arrange her funeral and help my father recover. That's when I promised myself I would never be like her. I would never depend on anyone as my father did. I'm sorry to hear that. How old were you when this happened? Ryan asked gently. I was 15 when my mother died, Azalea said. After that, I focused on my studies and my job. When I met Felipe, he understood me. He never pushed me or tried to impress me with money. He respected me, and we got along well. We made rules that we both could accept. Philippe followed those rules until we moved here. That's when things started to change. He met that woman, Carmelita, and began showing off his affair. I knew she was married and worried her husband would confront Philip. But he didn't, Ryan said, trying to follow her train of thought. No, at least not that I knew of, she replied. So where is Mr. Waters? I didn't see his car when I drove up, Ryan said, shifting topics. He is taking care of some personal matters. I told him he could stay in my guest room until this situation is resolved, Azalea explained. I see, Ryan nodded. How do you know him, Sheriff? She asked. We met a few times a long time ago. When he was still Roland the Thompson gunner? Azalea asked, raising an eyebrow. I suppose you could say that, Ryan chuckled. I told you I remember faces, and now I recall where I saw you last. You probably don't remember me. It was almost 15 years ago before I joined the Sûreté. I was a 20-year-old college student traveling to Africa for volunteer work, she recounted. Oh? Ryan asked, pretending to be only mildly interested. He found it unsettling when reminders of his past appeared in his present life. You didn't have the scar, the eye patch, or the beard. But it was you. You and your men saved us from a warlord. I saw you fighting without much care for those men's lives. I've always wondered what drives someone to take such actions, she said flatly, as if her curiosity was only an academic interest. Ryan briefly wondered if she had always been like this, or if something had changed her. That was a hard time in my life, Ryan said softly, locking eyes with her. He remembered that mission well. His team had been paid to rescue a wealthy man's family from a warlord who had more money than sense. Despite the man's orders, Ryan couldn't leave the other people behind, so they rescued everyone captured and took them back to the airport, where they boarded their plane safely back home. Ryan recalled how the woman's husband complained afterward. However, one fierce look from him silenced the man, who turned bright red when he heard, "No extra charge," through gritted teeth. Standing there, dressed in gear and still smelling like gunpowder, made it hard for anyone to argue. It was just a few months after his old friend Bill Johnson had brought him into a risky job as a soldier. This was Ryan's way of escaping the pain caused by his first wife and daughter. For years, every time he fired his weapon, he pictured his target as one of the 3 people who betrayed him and broke his family. The third person was Jacob Knight, who had taken his first wife and broken his family. Knight had pulled his wife into a shady job where she almost led their daughter into a bad way, too. Ryan had managed to fix things with his daughter after she quickly grew up and understood what Knight had done. His first wife, Lisa, was still in a care facility, unable to take care of herself after being shot in a work parking lot. She knew too much about the rich people's wrongdoings, which made her a risk. Over the years, Ryan checked on Lisa from a distance. They didn't have much reason to like each other, and he didn't like surprises. Knight was out of the picture now, having died after a stressful court day. It was easy for him, passing away naturally instead of suffering a worse fate. At least Ryan didn't have to carry that burden. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up bad memories," Azalea said softly, bringing Ryan back to reality. She pronounced sorry like it was a new word to her. "Maybe I can help you forget those memories. I've been told I'm quite unforgettable." Her plain way of speaking was surprising. Ryan wondered whether she meant to thank him for saving her, or if she simply liked to have fun with people. He thought about what might fill that gap in her life. "No, thanks," Ryan said with a bit of a laugh. "I'm very happily married," he added, pointing to his wedding ring. "And Beverly helps me forget the tough times." "I'm happy for you, Sheriff. That's wonderful. I'd like to meet the woman who helps you forget the bad things you've been through," Azalea said with a slight smile. "I'll let her know," Ryan replied. "For now, you should take steps to keep yourself safe. I can send a deputy to help you if you want." "I can take care of myself, Sheriff. But thank you for the offer," Azalea said casually, like she was just running to the store for milk. "I believe you can," Ryan thought, trying to match her calm look. "Still, I'll send more patrols around this area, and I suggest you don't go anywhere alone," Ryan warned her. "That's a smart move, I'll remember that," she replied reasonably. "Do you have a gun?" Ryan asked. "Yes," Azalea answered. "It's registered and completely legal. I follow all the rules. I know how to use it." "Then I don't need to remind you to play it safe, right?" Ryan said with a cheeky smile. "No, that won't be necessary," Azalea said firmly. "Good. You have my number. If you need anything or remember anything useful, call me. Anytime." "Thank you, Sheriff, I will," she said. "I should get going." "Thanks for the coffee," Ryan said, standing up. Azalea walked him to the door and watched as he climbed into his truck. Why didn't I meet a man like him before I met Philip? She wondered, feeling a familiar excitement. Ryan drove away to the Holder Ranch. This was a visit he really didn't want to make. Ken Holder was a proud man, and Ryan knew he wouldn't like the questions he had to ask. He drove up the long road and parked in front of the big 2-story house. Joanne Holder, a strong-looking woman in her 60s who had stayed fit after having 9 kids, walked onto the porch as Ryan got out of his truck. "Sheriff Caldwell, what brings you here?" she called as he walked closer. Ryan could see she was trying to control her feelings. Mrs. Holder, I came to talk to you and your family, if that's okay, Ryan started, taking off his hat as he stepped onto the porch. It was a respectful gesture he knew the Holders would appreciate. Of course, Sheriff, she said. We've been waiting for you. Please come in. Ryan followed her inside and found himself face to face with Ken, a man whose strong jaw and rugged face reminded Ryan of an actor known for Western films. Mr. Holder, Ryan said, I'm truly sorry for your loss. I never met your son, but if he was anything like his brother Don— Dan was a good man, Sheriff, Ken said, his eyes filled with anger. He didn't deserve what happened to him. You're right, he didn't, Ryan said gently. Would you like some coffee, Sheriff? Joanne asked, trying to ease the tension. Sure, Mrs. Holder, that would be great, Ryan replied. Black? She asked. Yes, that's perfect, Ryan said. Please sit down, Sheriff, Ken said as Joanne went into the kitchen to make the coffee. I know you're just doing your job, but it's really not fair. I agree, Mr. Holder. No parent should have to bury their child, Ryan said, hoping to connect with Ken. Do you have kids, Sheriff? Ken asked. Yes, sir. I have a daughter and a grandson. Then you understand what I'm feeling. I would do anything to protect my boy. I know exactly how you feel, Mr. Holder. More than you can imagine, Ryan told him. Ken studied him closely, saying nothing. It felt unsettling. It was as if Ken could see Ryan's past written on his face. Finally, Ken nodded and leaned back in his seat. I believe you, Sheriff, he said. Joanne came back with coffee and handed a cup to Ryan before sitting down. Thank you, Ryan said, taking a careful sip. Don told me the people at the morgue think Dan took his own life, Joanne said, a tear rolling down her cheek. Some new information has come up since then, ma'am. I don't believe that's true, Ryan said. He saw Ken let out a sigh of relief, but then Ken's face turned red with anger. Joanne gasped and began to whisper a prayer. You think my boy was murdered, Sheriff? Ken asked tensely. Yes, sir, I do, Ryan replied. Do you know who did it? Ken asked. No, we're still trying to figure it out. Do you think it has something to do with that body found on Eastland Bridge? Joanne asked suddenly. It could be, ma'am, Ryan replied. They were putting things together too quickly for comfort. Like I said, we're still working on it. I have a few questions for you that might help. Anything, Sheriff, Joanne said. We'll do whatever it takes to get justice for our son. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. Ryan took a deep breath, knowing this would be hard. Do either of you know if your son was ever involved in anything illegal? What do you mean, illegal? Ken asked, his face turning even redder. Are you talking about drugs? Yes, unfortunately, Ryan answered. Ken was right on target with his guess about Dan's possible activities. Absolutely not. Dan hated drugs. He saw what they did to people and wanted nothing to do with them, Ken shouted. Why are you asking? Were drugs involved? We found some evidence that suggests drugs might be involved, Ryan explained carefully. Well, I can tell you that Dan had nothing to do with them, Ken said firmly. Do you think his wife might have been involved? Ryan asked. I don't know. She always seems so nice. It's hard to believe. But I know Dan wouldn't have touched drugs or anything illegal, he added quickly. We raised him better than that. What about his wife? When was the last time you talked to her? Ryan asked. Oh gosh, I don't know, Joanne said, looking confused. It's been a while, maybe 5 or 6 months. Dan said she was going out of town with her boss and would be gone for a while. I think that was back in March. We haven't heard from her since. Then she seemed embarrassed. Managing a big family must have made it tough for her to notice anything important. That's because she was killed along with her boss, Ryan explained, causing Ken and Joanne to gasp. This hasn't been made public yet, so please don't say anything. Wait a minute, Sheriff, Ken said quickly. Are you saying Carmelita was killed with that Frenchman she worked for? Yes, sir, I am. Do you think the killer was after the boss and Carmelita just got in the way? Ken asked sharply. Ryan shrugged lightly. We're still figuring out possible reasons. There are many pieces missing in this puzzle. And they were both found on that bridge? Joanne pressed. Parts of them were, Ryan replied. He decided not to go into any graphic detail, hoping to spare them from that pain. What we've gathered so far suggests she was with her boss, and both of them were killed together. Involved? You mean they were having an affair? Ken asked angrily. It certainly looks that way, Mr. Holder. I'm sorry, Ryan said. That no good, Ken began, but Joanne stopped him. Do you think Dan had something to do with that? Joanne asked slowly, her face darkening. It was hard to tell if she was struggling with the idea of a cheating daughter-in-law or if she feared her son might seek revenge. I don't think he killed them, but we believe he might have been there when it happened. We're not sure if he was involved in anything else or to what extent, but it does seem like he was killed to confuse things and make it look like a crime of passion, Ryan explained. Oh my God, Joanne whispered. Son of a gun, Ken gasped, sharing his wife's shock. Is there anything we can do to help, Sheriff? Just keep an eye out. If you remember anything Dan might have said about Carmelita and her boss, please let me know, Ryan said. We will, Sheriff, Ken promised. Thank you, Mr. Holder. I appreciate it, Ryan replied. When do you think we can get Dan back? Joanne asked anxiously. We want to give him a proper burial. As soon as the medical examiner is finished, ma'am, Ryan told her. Please inform me when you plan the funeral. I'd like to pay my respects, he added, handing Joanne one of his cards. Thank you, Sheriff, she said, placing the card carefully on the table. We'd appreciate that very much. They exchanged farewells, and Ryan left the Holder home, feeling a mix of sadness and relief. This part of the job was something Russell Coltrane had never prepared him for. As he drove back to the office, his radio crackled, and he recognized the voice. It was Deputy Jones, a newer officer who had just finished his training with Deputy Sanders. He wondered why the deputy was calling and picked up the phone. Sheriff, that Toyota you wanted us to watch just met a Learjet at the airport. It picked up a passenger and is heading back to town, Jones said. Should I pull it over? No, Ryan said firmly. I'll handle it from here. Did you get the numbers off the jet? Yes, Jones replied. Check it out. I want to know who owns that plane and where it came from. Got it, Jones said. Ryan ended the call and thought about who Roland had brought in and why. Then it hit him. Oh no, he muttered to himself. He remembered that Roland worked closely with a man who was very smart at planning and good at watching people. What was his name again? Bill something? Then it clicked. Bill Matthews. He wasn't as good with guns as the others, but he was great at reading situations quickly. Roland once said he trusted Bill's hunches more than most people's facts. Ryan remembered that Bill had gotten into trouble with the law a few times as a kid. Roland used to call him an excitable boy. If Roland had brought him here, it meant he was planning something. But what? Did Roland know more about Philip's murder than he let on? Were he and Azalea planning something together? Ryan quickly drove north to Azalea's house. On the way, he called Elaine. When he arrived, he saw Roland's rental car in the driveway. A quick check showed the hood was still warm, meaning he hadn't been there long. As before, the door opened before he could knock. Azalea looked serious and angry as she stared at Ryan. Roland stood behind her, and Ryan thought about his next move. Things felt tense, but he didn't think there would be a fight. What's going on? Ryan finally asked. Maybe you should come inside, Azalea said quietly. They stepped back so Ryan could enter the house. So, you're having me watched? Roland asked coldly. I'm just keeping an eye on you, Ryan replied. Wouldn't you do the same if you were me? Who did you meet today? I heard you were at the airport. Yes, a friend of mine flew in. You've met him, Bill Matthews, Roland said, turning his head toward the hallway. It's okay, Bill. You can come out. A shorter man with wire-rimmed glasses walked into the room. Matthews? Ryan asked. Yeah, Bill replied. Is that really you, Ryan? Yes, it's me. What's going on? Are you three planning something? Ryan asked. You know how good Bill is at planning and watching, Roland said. Yes, but I also know that when you two get together, trouble happens. People usually get hurt, Ryan snapped. I won't allow that to happen here in my town. Do you understand? I hear you, Ryan, Roland said carefully. If I have to, I swear I will arrest all three of you for getting in the way of justice. I don't want to, but I will if you make me. Sheriff, please. Just listen, Azalea said, stepping between the two men. What? Ryan asked sharply. If I'm right, and I usually am, the people you're looking for might be out of your reach and you won't be able to do anything, she said firmly. What do you mean? Ryan asked, confused. You said it yourself. That foot was a warning, to me. I've been thinking a lot. It pains me to say this, but I believe some of the people behind this might be from other countries, and if I'm right, they could be out of the country. Or they might be protected. What do you mean, protected? Ryan asked suspiciously. Diplomatic immunity, she said quietly. The people running worldwide imports and exports have powerful friends in many places, including the government and embassies. There's a French consulate in Houston. You can look it up if you want. And you're just telling me this now, he said, frustrated. I'm not completely sure, but if they are involved, wouldn't it make sense to find out quietly? Azalea asked. Or would you want the Texas Rangers storming the consulate with guns? If there are French killers out there hurting American citizens, which I doubt, then I wouldn't mind seeing the Rangers charge the embassy, Ryan growled. I might even join them. Azalea laughed lightly at that. Maybe you should check in with your State Department first. Do you really think they'd tell you if there were any truth to it? Azalea asked. Ryan thought about her question and realized she had a point. If he asked that, he might end up in a padded room and never heard from again. He almost sighed out loud. Sometimes being a soldier was easier than being a sheriff. No offense, Ryan, but she's right, Roland said. Do you really think anyone would take a county sheriff seriously if you said that? You know the answer. Ryan had to admit Roland was right. What are you planning? Ryan asked. Not saying, Ryan, Bill replied. You know how I am about keeping things secret. Besides, we don't have a plan yet, he admitted. That's why I'm here. You can talk all you want, but don't do anything without checking with me first. I'm serious. Nothing. Do you hear me? Ryan warned. We won't do anything without checking with you first, Sheriff, Azalea said. You have my word as a former police officer. I'm afraid that's not enough, Mrs. DuPont, Ryan told her. You see, I may be just a sheriff, but I have friends too, something you all might not have thought about. I can end this little gathering quickly. Or not. The choice is yours. Make it a good one. Azalea, Roland, and Bill shared a look. After a moment, they nodded. Roland suddenly looked deep in thought, remembering something troubling. You are right, Sheriff, Azalea finally said. We will keep you informed, every step of the way. Bill looked surprised and was about to argue, but Azalea interrupted him. The sheriff can do this. He could easily charge us for getting in his way. I would, without hesitation. We will cooperate with him. Do you understand? Yeah, I understand, Bill sighed. And don't even think about leaving, Ryan said firmly. I have sent deputies to make sure your plane stays grounded without my approval. Both Bill and Roland visibly slumped at that. Just then, Roland's phone rang. He answered it, and his expression fell even more. The deputies have surrounded the plane, he said after hanging up. The pilot has been taken to a hotel where he will be watched until further notice. We're stuck here. Are you happy now, Ryan? They are following my orders, Ryan replied. This might seem small compared to what you're used to, but this is my area. Never forget that. He smiled coldly. Wheel locks work the same on airplanes as they do on cars. You've made your point, Sheriff, Azalea said. We will keep you informed. Are you satisfied? For now, Ryan said. Stay in touch. And remember, I'm watching you three, he added, pointing at them to stress his words. Welcome to Hard Rock. Have a good day now, you hear? Ryan walked away, got into his truck, and drove to the sheriff's department. He had thanked his predecessor when he took the job. Now he cursed him lightly in his mind. Ron met him on the way to his office. What do you have for me? Ryan asked. Just heard from Worldwide Imports, Sheriff. Their security guy said he can meet with you for a few minutes. How nice of him, Ryan said, annoyed. When can he talk? He can be ready in about 20 minutes. I already set up an online meeting. Will that work? An online meeting? I guess so. Do you know where he will be calling from? I'm checking now, Ron said. Then find out. And could you call Ray and Deputy Sanders to come down? Sure thing, Sheriff, Ron replied. One last thing. Who am I meeting? His name is Jean-Pierre Gagnon, Ron said as he walked down the hall. What's this meeting for? Ray asked as he and Deputy Sanders came into Ryan's office a few minutes later. Ryan had just fired up his computer and was opening Microsoft Teams. The security guy from Worldwide Imports is going to meet with me. I wanted both of you here, too. You're recording this, right? Ray asked. Of course I am, Ryan replied sharply. Just then, a pop-up appeared. showing that the Teams meeting was starting. He opened the app, began recording and taking notes, then addressed the blue-eyed man with sandy hair on the screen. "Good afternoon. You must be Jean-Pierre Gagnon," Ryan said. "I am Jean-Pierre Gagnon, head of security for Worldwide Imports and Exports North America. And you must be Sheriff Ryan Caldwell, correct?" the man asked in a strong French accent. The recording seemed to struggle with his words. "I am Sheriff Caldwell. Detective Ray Hale and Deputy Sanders are here with me. What can we do for the Hard Rock, Texas Sheriff's Department today?" Jean-Pierre asked directly. "We're looking into the deaths of 3 people, 2 of your workers and the spouse of 1. We were hoping you could help us with our case," Ryan explained. "That sounds serious, Sheriff," Jean-Pierre replied, his face showing shock. Ryan could not tell if he was really shocked or just acting. "Who are these employees?" "One is Philip DuPont and the other is his assistant, Carmelita Holder. Her husband was also found dead," Ryan said. "DuPont, you say?" "Let me check," Jean-Pierre replied, then looked something up on his computer. "Ah, yes. Monsieur DuPont was assigned here a year and a half ago. Did you know he is French?" "No, I didn't. His wife identified him, but we still need to confirm that. There were no ID papers found, and we are waiting for a DNA test result." "I understand," Jean-Pierre said. "Clearly, you have not told the French consulate about this." "No, I haven't," Ryan answered. "Then I suggest you do so, Sheriff. It could prevent an international problem." "I will once I have some answers." "So, what do you want from us, Sheriff?" he asked, sounding a bit arrogant. "I hoped you could let us see his files to find out why he died," Ryan said. "You sound like you think he was murdered, Sheriff. Maybe I can save you time. Monsieur DuPont liked the ladies, especially the married ones. You have talked to his wife, right?" "Yes, I have," Ryan replied. "Then you have everything you need. Maybe one of the men he insulted wanted revenge. It has happened before, hasn't it?" Jean-Pierre said dismissively. "It has. But I'm not sure that's what happened here," Ryan said. "That's why we need access to his files. I can get a warrant if I have to, but I hoped your company would work with us to save time and build goodwill." "You know how to flatter for a country sheriff," Jean-Pierre said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "In the spirit of goodwill, I will think about your request. Please keep me updated on your investigation." "Goodbye, Sheriff," he said, cutting off the conversation. "That went well," Ray said with a smirk. "Yeah, right," Ryan replied with a sarcastic tone. Jean-Pierre looked at the man sitting across from him. He felt uneasy about this Texas sheriff, but he couldn't say why. "Thierry, contact your friends at the embassy and the Sûreté. I need to know everything about Sheriff Ryan Caldwell, and I need it now," he said quickly in French. "Sure, boss," Thierry answered before leaving the office. Jean-Pierre turned his chair to look at the city below, but his thoughts were elsewhere. He had just heard from his private investigator in Hard Rock that Azalea had found some help. The trouble was, the help she found was a mercenary known for being tough. But he was determined not to let that stop him from bringing down the woman who had killed his brother. "You know he's not going to do anything, right, Sheriff?" Ray asked. "I figured as much," Ryan replied. "But we have another issue. Roland brought his planner to help." "I don't get it," Ray said. "Bill Matthews. He was on the Lear jet that arrived today. He's Roland's planner and really good at his job. The fact that he's here tells me something big is about to happen. I just don't know where or how." "You think they're planning something?" "Absolutely," Ryan said. "What are you going to do?" "I have a few people I can call," Ryan replied, picking up his phone. He found the number he wanted and dialed. A man picked up after 2 rings. "Smith," the man said. "Darrell Smith, this is Sheriff Ryan Caldwell. Do you have a few minutes?" Ryan asked. "For you, Sheriff, I always have a minute. What can I do for you?" Smith responded. "We have a situation in Hard Rock, and I could use your help," Ryan explained. Smith listened without interrupting while Ryan told him about the case. After Ryan finished, Smith let out a sharp breath. "Smith? You there?" Ryan asked after a few quiet moments. "Yes, I'm here. But I can't talk about this case over the phone, Ryan," Smith said. "There's a lot more going on than you think. I'll come by in the morning to fill you in." "I look forward to that," Ryan said, trying to hide his sarcasm before hanging up. "What are we dealing with?" Ray asked, surprised. "I don't know, but if a deputy director of the FBI can't discuss it over the phone, it's serious," Ryan said, lost in thought. "For now, Let's keep treating it as a murder case. Sanders, can you check in with Ron? See if he's found anything new? Sure thing, Sheriff, he replied before leaving the office. Ryan turned to Ray. What do you think of Deputy Sanders? He's a good guy. Done great work on this case. Why do you ask? Ray wondered. He was curious about Ryan's connection to a former mercenary sheriff who had a deputy director of the FBI on speed dial, but that could wait. I'm thinking about growing your team, Ray, Ryan said. And I think Deputy Sanders would make a good detective. I've already recommended him for a promotion to sergeant, but he doesn't know yet. He passed the test with ease. Think you could mentor him a bit? I'd be happy to help, Ryan, Ray said. That's great to hear. Also, this means a promotion for you, too. You're technically a sergeant, but I think you'd make a good lieutenant. It only makes sense to have a lieutenant in charge. Thank you, Sheriff. That really means a lot. I know my wife will be happy with the raise. What about Commissioner Barnes? He won't be pleased about this. Leave Barnes to me. He knows what's important for his job, and he'll be up for re-election soon. After all, it was my help that got him elected in the first place. So there's a politician under that tough exterior after all, Ray joked, making Ryan laugh. When is all this happening? Sanders' promotion is all set for November 1st. That will be a good time to announce both your promotion and his new role as detective, Ryan replied. That gives me time to rearrange things, Ray said. Good, and please keep this under wraps for now. Got it, Sheriff. I'll get to work, Ray said. It was 6:30 p.m., September 23rd, 2022. Ryan was exhausted when he walked into his house, but the smell of Beverly's lasagna was too good to resist, so he headed to the kitchen. He looked at his blonde wife and was amazed at how she could manage to work all day, care for their chickens, and still have enough energy to cook, clean the house, and be a loving wife. You look so good, he whispered as he hugged her. How do you do it? Do what? Beverly asked, turning to him. Everything. You wake up before dawn, make breakfast, care for the chickens, run your egg business, and still do so much around here. Well, if something matters to you, you just do it. What made you think of this? Are you feeling bad about Brenda Morris trying to flirt with you? How did you know about that? Ryan asked, surprised and feeling guilty. She was talking about it with Edna Jones at the grocery store. I was at the next checkout and heard everything. She didn't even see me. She said she nearly took her dress off for you, but you didn't even react. Now that you mention it, she was a bit bold. But you know I only have eyes for you. Good answer, cowboy, Beverly said. What else happened today? I met with the widow of Mr. DuPont and then talked to Mr. and Mrs. Holder. What a mess. DuPont. That's the guy you found down by Lover's Bridge, right? She asked, crinkling her nose. The really messy one. Yeah, his widow is different. Oh? How so? Beverly asked as she took the lasagna out of the oven. Let's just say she's a bit awkward in social situations, Ryan replied. She wants to meet you, by the way. Why? Beverly was curious. She says she wants to meet the woman who helped me with my troubles or something like that. She came on to you, didn't she? Beverly sighed. Something like that, Ryan admitted with a shy smile. Is this like that Mercedes woman you helped years ago? Beverly asked, her tone sharper. Ryan knew she meant Mercedes Garcia, a woman he helped rescue from rebels long ago. That night, in the South American jungle, Mercedes had been very grateful, and Ryan had given her one of his old badges, which she still kept. Had it only been a year since she worked back in Hard Rock with some shady people who had Bertram killed. Time really does get confusing as you get older. He told Beverly about that event. He could sense her pain, thinking there was yet another woman he had helped and had a past with. Yes and no. My team saved her from a bad group, but she was just one person on a plane full of captives. And no, I never met her before now. You never slept with her? Beverly pressed. No, Ryan replied firmly. Never. Then he looked at her and added almost apologetically, although she did offer to be with me. Beverly's eyes blazed with anger. That woman! I'm going to give her a piece of my mind. No need for that, Ryan said calmly. I told her I'm a happy married man, and I truly am. That's when she wanted to meet you. Beverly's anger faded a little, but Ryan could tell she was still bothered. You promise me you never did anything with her? She asked cautiously. Ryan felt her hurt. "I promise." "Beverly, you should know by now that I would never hurt you, and I really hate cheaters," he reminded her, thinking of how his first wife had betrayed him. "Besides, we fought side by side," Ryan added, remembering the tough job they did together in New Mexico. "That counts for a lot." "I know, it's just scary to think that so many women might want you." "Honestly, it scares me a little, too." He tried to smile innocently. "It must be my eye patch." When she laughed, he said, "But you're the only woman for me." "Really?" Beverly asked with a childlike tone that made Ryan's heart melt. "Really?" Ryan said, pulling her close and kissing her cheek. "I love you so much, Ryan," she whispered. "It would break my heart to lose you." "I love you more, sweetheart, and you're stuck with me forever," Ryan whispered back. "Do you think that lasagna will be okay for an hour or two?" She smiled at him and hugged him close. "Let me turn the oven down so it doesn't burn. Then you can take me upstairs." "Yes, ma'am," Ryan said with a smile. 10:37 p.m., September 23rd, 2022, Houston, Texas. "You got this quickly," Jean-Pierre told his partner after taking the thin folder. "That's just a quick summary. The full details are coming," Thierry said as Jean-Pierre opened the file. Inside was a blurry black-and-white photo of a man in a military uniform. The man was younger than the scarred, bearded man Jean-Pierre had spoken to earlier, but it was clear they were the same person. "Damn," Jean-Pierre said, following up with a string of curses. "What?" Terry asked. "Did you see this?" Jean-Pierre demanded. "No, I did not." "I think we underestimated Sheriff Caldwell. It says here he was a top mercenary for 9 years before becoming sheriff in Hard Rock," Jean-Pierre said. "He's dangerous and not welcome in France and other places." "Why wasn't this found during our planning?" Thierry exclaimed, matching his boss's anger. "I don't know," Jean-Pierre replied. "It seems the corporate planners made guesses without doing their homework." His tone suggested they would regret it soon. "Maybe we should step back a bit. We can get the woman later," Thierry suggested. "No," Jean-Pierre said. "We stick to the plan. But we'll need more help. I'll handle that. I need you to make sure they can enter the U.S. legally. Can you do that?" "Sure," Thierry said. "Get me the names and I'll sort it out." 8:45 a.m. Saturday, September 24th, 2022. Ryan had just come back from Sally's shop with his morning coffee and walked into his office after grabbing the reports from overnight. Normally, he wouldn't come in on a weekend, but the DuPont case was too important. He expected Director Smith to arrive, so he had also called Ray and Deputy Sanders to come in. He hated to interrupt their weekend, but it couldn't be avoided. Beverly surprised him by saying she would invite Azalea over for dinner soon. She was still annoyed at the French-Canadian woman for liking Ryan, but felt better knowing he had turned her down. He was reading some reports when he heard a knock on his door. "Come in," he called. "Sheriff, Deputy Director Smith from the FBI is here to see you," Elaine said, trying to sound calm and professional. "Please send him in," Ryan replied. "And could you ask Detective Hale and Deputy Sanders to come to my office too?" "Sure thing, Sheriff," she answered, stepping back to let Smith enter. Ryan stood up and smiled as he offered his hand. "Looks like married life is treating you well, Ryan," Smith said with a grin. "You seem to have gained a bit since I last saw you." "Beverly makes sure I eat well," Ryan joked. "I bet she does other things too," Smith teased, which made Ryan chuckle. "So, how long are you here?" Ryan asked. "Not sure. Maybe a day or two, depending on how things go," Smith replied. "Beverly would be mad if I didn't invite you to stay with us," Ryan said. "We have a couple of spare rooms, and you can use one with its own bathroom if you want." "Thanks, Ryan. I might take you up on that. Just promise not to keep me up all night." "I can't promise that, but I can give you some earplugs if you need," Ryan joked. Just then, Ray Hale and Deputy Sanders walked in. Ryan introduced them. "Please have a seat. Would anyone like coffee?" "Sure," Ray said. Sanders agreed, and so did Smith. Ryan filled cups for everyone from his coffee machine and got ready for the discussion. "What's so important that you couldn't tell us over the phone yesterday?" Ryan asked Smith. "This whole situation with worldwide imports and exports," Smith said, opening his briefcase. "By the way, Ryan, I talked to my contact at the French consulate on my way here. It seems someone has made a report about you." "A report? About me?" Ryan said, surprised. Yes. I hope you're not planning to visit France soon because you are no longer welcome there. Well, that's not on my to-do list. I don't speak French and I'm not a fan of snails, Ryan replied with a sigh. Don't knock it until you've tried it, Smith said, half joking. So what did we get ourselves into, Director? Ray asked, bringing the meeting back on track. Right to business, good, Smith said. Worldwide imports and exports has been under investigation by several agencies from at least 4 countries for 5 years. This includes Interpol, the Sûreté du Québec, the RCMP, the FBI, and others. We've found evidence of serious crimes, including human trafficking, drugs, weapons, and murder. The situation has gotten worse over the last 2 years, mainly because of Mrs. DuPont. We had enough information to raid one of their distant sites. We didn't completely shut them down, but we caused them some damage. After that, her husband went missing, supposedly on a work trip south of the border. Wait, are you saying she was working with you? Ryan asked, confused. Yes, Smith confirmed. I thought she wasn't with the Sûreté anymore, Ryan said, shocked. That was part of our plan. We wanted it to seem that way. She still works with them, but as far as most people know, she's off duty now. She's been quietly giving us information. I think Worldwide Imports found out about it, which is why her husband was killed, Smith explained. So she lied to us, Ryan said angrily. I've talked to her more than once. Why didn't she say anything? She had to keep it secret, Ryan, Smith insisted. She's undercover, and if she told you, it could have put her in great danger. Okay, I see your point, Ryan admitted reluctantly. She has 2 former soldiers staying at her house right now, Director, Ray said. Are they part of this operation? You mean Roland Waters and Bill Matthews, Smith replied. Yes, they are involved. We needed to keep up appearances, so we recruited their help. They get paid for their work, and we cleaned their records. Wow, Ryan said, surprised. What about the airplane we have at the airport? I checked, and it belongs to RW Enterprises, Sanders added. Smith smiled slightly. That was a clever move. It's technically a company jet, Smith said, using quotes with his fingers. Is it from the CIA? Ryan asked, worrying that his quiet life was slipping away. They weren't using it at the time, Smith said. And the pilot who's under your supervision is also part of that company. He's not complaining, enjoying his stay since it's on your budget. I'm sure he is, Ryan said sarcastically. Azalea, Mrs. DuPont, told me some people with Worldwide are protected by diplomatic immunity. He fixed Smith with a sharp look. What's being done about that? Mrs. DuPont was trying to identify those people. She has given us names of at least 15 people connected to it. The State Department is working with the French government to revoke their immunity. It's not an easy task, Smith said, looking tired. Can't we just ignore their immunity if they're involved in a crime? Sanders asked, shocked. It doesn't work that way, Smith replied, shaking his head. Immunity can only be taken away by the diplomat's home country. Friendly countries often work together when crimes are serious and there is strong proof. If they don't work together, we can still send the person back home and hope their government will take action too. He looked at Ryan. It happens sometimes, he added, though he didn't sound sure. What do you want us to do? Ryan asked. I have 3 bodies in my morgue, a town that is scared and a family that is heartbroken. Right now we do nothing. Let your medical examiner do what they need to do, then release the bodies. I would like copies of the autopsy reports and your files for our records. I think it would be a good idea to talk with Mrs. DuPont and her people, but not here, Smith said, thinking of his options. Maybe we could meet for dinner at your house. The sooner the better. He gave a small smile. Not that I'm trying to rush you, just, old friends. Maybe we can do it tonight? Ryan asked, getting ready to share this with Beverly. That works for me, Smith replied. Have you ever met Mrs. DuPont? Ryan asked Smith. No, I haven't, but I've heard things. Why do you ask? Smith said, sounding a bit suspicious. Let's just say she's a little different, Ryan replied. You can say that again, Ray added. I'd better make some calls, Ryan said as he picked up the phone. 10:15 a.m., September 24th, 2022. What's happening? Roland asked when Azalea hung up her phone. We got invited to dinner at Sheriff Caldwell's house tonight, Azalea replied, not really paying attention. We? As in, all 3 of us? Roland asked, confused. Yes, all three of us. He wants us there at 6:30 p.m., she said, her voice showing some curiosity. Did he say why? Bill asked. No, he didn't give a reason, Azalea told him. But it feels like there's more to it. What the heck? I could go for a home-cooked meal, Roland said. No offense, Azalea, but I'm a bit tired of takeout. No offense taken. Okay, Azalea sighed. I guess I could enjoy some good food, too. Damn it, Jean-Pierre yelled as he slammed the phone down. Damn! 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 What's wrong? Thierry asked, shocked by Jean-Pierre's anger. I can't find anyone to help, Jean-Pierre grumbled. They all know about Sheriff Caldwell and won't go against him, even after I offered to pay them double. How is that even possible? Thierry exclaimed. How can they know about him, but your planners don't? I don't know, but it seems everyone is aware somehow. It looks like we will have to depend on our own team. I hope to avoid that. I can only hope they are ready. Of course they are. They've been trained well. You know that. Thierry comforted him. Maybe. But I'm not sure they're ready to face Caldwell. Have you seen this man's file? No, I haven't. Do you have the full file? Yes, you should read it. This Caldwell is not someone we can easily scare. Then maybe we should go after someone close to him. His wife or children, perhaps. We've succeeded with that before, Thierry suggested with a dark tone. The file says that was tried once. It's not well known, but our spies think Caldwell reacted by taking down the whole board of directors of Knight Petroleum in a raid that only took minutes. Took them down? You mean... Yes, killed, Jean-Pierre said with anger. Or, as those Americans say, terminated with extreme prejudice, including all their guards and staff. And there was no evidence left behind. And their FBI did nothing? Terry asked in disbelief. Their FBI said it was carried out by a drug cartel from south of the border, Jean-Pierre said. And that investigation led nowhere. But you don't believe that, do you? Terry asked. No, and neither does the DGSE, Jean-Pierre replied, mentioning the French intelligence service, which is like the British MI6 and the American CIA. I've seen photos from the damage at Knight's place. If he can pull a raid like that in his own country, right under the eyes of local law enforcement, think about what he could do to us. He paused for a moment before saying more. And there's more. More? Yes. Azalea DuPont has hired 2 mercenaries, and they are staying with her. Who? Terry asked. Roland Waters and his planner, Bill Matthews. The Thompson gunner. Terry sighed quietly. He knew about Waters, having made a report on him. Roland was skilled with a .45 caliber gun and known for being brutal. This isn't good. Maybe we should back off for now. Let things cool down. No! We move forward, but we have to be careful. The info on Caldwell says he is married to a chicken farmer named Beverly. She brings eggs from her farm every morning. We will follow her, and when the time is right... We strike, Thierry said. Yes, but we won't hurt her. We will just use her to gain Caldwell's cooperation, Jean-Pierre said with a wicked grin. I'll do what I can to ensure her compliance, if you catch my drift. Hearing this, Thierry started to worry about how fixated Jean-Pierre was on revenge and if it was clouding his judgment, taking his focus away from the company's interests. Yes, the Dupont woman had shot Jean-Pierre's brother during a job, but it was in self-defense, and he was involved in a crime. All right, but we must be very careful. I heard the Americans are trying to take away the diplomatic immunity of some consular workers, Thierry said. Why is that? I've heard some talk, but no details. Are you one of them? Jean-Pierre asked. I don't know. I haven't seen the list. We can't let rumors hold us back. We need to finish the job. Focus, Jean-Pierre said. Sure, Thierry replied quietly. He wasn't sure that Jean-Pierre was making the right choice. If it were up to him, he would wait until everything calmed down, but Jean-Pierre was known for acting quickly, sometimes too quickly. Good. Find out about this woman's daily routine. Let me know by midweek. Yes, sir, Thierry said before leaving the office. When the door shut, Jean-Pierre looked out the window with a grim smile. He was plotting his revenge. If things went as he hoped, he would get his way with Azalea and Caldwell's wife, too. 6:30 p.m., Saturday, September 24th, 2022. Come in, Ryan said as he opened his door, welcoming his 3 guests. That smells great, Roland said. What are you cooking? Pork chops, Ryan replied. With all the sides, Beverly's special recipe. It's so secret even I don't know what goes into it. I just know they taste amazing. I'd like you to meet Daryl Smith, the deputy director of the FBI, he added. Mrs. DuPont, it's nice to finally meet you, Smith said, reaching out his hand. Azalea looked at his hand and turned pale. Smith's smile faded when he saw she wasn't going to shake it. It's nice to meet you too, Deputy Director, Azalea said, feeling uncomfortable. She doesn't like getting close to people, Roland said as he shook Smith's hand. No offense? None taken, Smith replied. I'm sorry if I made you uneasy, he told Azalea. That's okay, she said automatically. Mr. Matthews, it's nice to see you in person, Smith said, shaking Bill's hand. And you too, Director, Bill said. You didn't mention we would meet an FBI director, Azalea told Ryan, sounding a bit annoyed. There are a few things you didn't tell me either, Ryan replied calmly. Let's discuss it after dinner. Come on into the dining room. I think Beverly is ready. Welcome, everyone, Beverly said as they stepped into the dining room. It was a wood-paneled room next to the kitchen, with windows looking out at the backyard. Please take a seat. Ryan introduced Beverly to everyone and then sat at the head of the table with Beverly beside him. Help yourselves, Ryan said, pointing to the food. There's lots for everyone. If you leave hungry, it's on you, he joked, making everyone laugh except for Azalea. I really like what you've done with the place, Ryan, Smith said. Last time I was here, the walls were almost bare. Thanks to Beverly, Ryan said. She has turned this old house into a true home. He noticed Azalea looking around nervously, as if she didn't know how to eat her pork chop. Everything okay? He asked. Do you need anything? Do you have any red sauce? She asked quietly, still looking at her plate. Tabasco? I think we have some. Hold on, I'll check, Ryan said, getting up. He soon returned with an unopened jar of the spicy sauce. He opened it and handed it to her. He was shocked as she poured a lot of sauce on her meat. She tasted it and nodded her head. This is really good, Mrs. Caldwell, she said while eating. Thank you, Beverly replied, widening her eyes, nearly saying, I think... They all watched Azalea eat quickly, hardly pausing for a breath. Ryan felt a bit embarrassed as he was reminded of his time in the military. They turned back to their meals. This is delicious, Beverly, Smith said. I can see why your husband has put on some weight, he added, and everyone laughed except Azalea, who looked puzzled for a moment. Before we got married, all he ate was raw hot dogs and frozen dinners, Beverly replied sharply. He was so skinny. I told him he'd be better off eating the boxes those meals came in. And now I'm fat, dumb, and very happy, Ryan joked. I hope you all saved room for apple pie. I got some when I went to Piggly Wiggly today. Sorry it's not fancy, but Saturday is usually date night, and I didn't have anything ready, Beverly said. Why do they call it Piggly Wiggly? That name is silly for a store, Azalea asked, sounding annoyed as if the name was an unfair joke. Having finished her food quickly, she just sat there, staring blankly at the table. I don't know, Ryan replied lightly. It doesn't make sense, Azalea quietly declared while the others exchanged worried looks. I thought it might be a cultural thing. No, that's just what it's always been called, Beverly said, serving them pie. They ate in silence, glancing at Azalea, unsure if she would add hot sauce to the dessert too. Thankfully, she didn't, but she ate the pie quickly without comment, finishing first and continuing to stare at the middle of the table. She seemed to have a limit of one social comment per meal. When they all finished, Ryan leaned back and took a sip of his coffee. Why don't we go to the front room? He suggested. We can talk over there. Everyone thanked Beverly for the meal as they stood up, and Ryan helped her take the dirty dishes into the kitchen. Is she, okay? Beverly asked Ryan quietly in the kitchen where no one could hear them. That's just how she is. Sorry, Ryan replied. I know you said she had a hard time with social situations, but I didn't expect... this, Beverly said. I almost feel bad for her. Believe it or not, she doesn't have any police problems back in Quebec. I don't, but I'll trust you on that. Go ahead into the front room. I'll bring the coffee, she said. Thanks, sweetie, Ryan said, giving her a quick kiss. And thank you for a great meal. You can thank me later, cowboy, Beverly said, playfully nudging him with her hip. Ryan smiled at this and headed into the front room where everyone was waiting. That was great, Roland said sincerely. Thanks. Bill agreed with him. You're welcome, Ryan said, then turned to Azalea. I think you owe me an explanation, Azalea. She looked at Smith before answering. You're right, Sheriff, she finally said. With everything that's happened, I owe you an explanation. She glanced at Smith, who just nodded. She looked at Roland and Bill, then turned back to Ryan, thinking about what to say. A little more than 5 years ago, I was part of a team looking into a series of murders linked to other crimes. There were drugs, human trafficking, and illegal guns involved. We had a lot of hints that a company called Worldwide Imports and Exports was mixed up in it, but we couldn't prove anything. We got a tip about a meth lab that might also have illegal weapons. We tracked it down and found the lab was running. We went in to secure it, and that's when an explosive device hurt me. I had many surgeries and physical therapy, which kept me in the hospital for months. I was on temporary disability during that time. After I got out, my boss offered me a new job. To everyone outside the Sûreté, I would be a private security consultant. But really, I was still part of the Sûreté, working with a big team investigating worldwide and their links to crimes like drugs, human trafficking, and illegal weapons. I was just assigned to lighter work. Lighter work? Ryan asked. Yes. Officers who pass their probation get a full salary for 25 years, no matter what happens to them, as long as they take their assignments. This is part of an agreement between the Sûreté and officers. This system has been around since the 1960s, and it has helped attract new applicants and keep morale high. I may not be able to run or do the same field work I used to do, but I can still work. And this new job was much more exciting than sitting in an office in Montreal or Ottawa sorting papers. Interesting. Your husband worked for Worldwide, didn't he? Ryan asked. Yes, he did. But I found no links between him and any illegal activities. If I had, I would have reported him. He was just an account representative, nothing more. Are you sure of that? Smith asked. Yes, Director, I am very sure. Worldwide was good at hiding their illegal actions, but there was no proof that Philippe was involved. His biggest flaw was not being faithful. Ryan expected her to show more feelings about this, especially since she was talking about such personal matters in front of strangers. He looked closer. No, she seemed calm, almost like she was giving a simple statement for a small case. So your job was mostly about gathering information, is that correct? Ryan asked. Yes, Azalea replied quietly. How did you do that? We can't go into that, Ryan, Smith said quickly before Azalea could answer. Operational security, you understand, I'm sure. Ryan noticed Azalea didn't react to the question or the interruption. Yeah, I get it. Did you ever talk about this with your husband? Ryan asked Azalea. No, I just told him I was doing general online security checks. He thought that was all of it. Do you know a Jean-Pierre Gagnon? Ryan asked. Azalea's eyes got big when he mentioned Jean-Pierre. Yes, he runs security for Worldwide Imports and Exports in North America. He often travels between their offices in Canada and the United States, Azalea said. Is he involved in the illegal activities? Ryan asked. I think so, she said. But I haven't been able to prove it. At least, not in a way that would satisfy those who prosecute these crimes. She shot a glare at Smith. Smith just shrugged. Different countries have different rules on proof and what counts as good reason. I have to deal with what I've got, and it's not my agency's job to prosecute. He looked back at her. Can you think of any reason why you might be a target? Have you let anything slip that could draw someone's attention? I can't think of anyone, Azalea said, shaking her head. Suddenly she stopped, and her expression changed like a light bulb turned on over her head. Wait, it might not mean much, but there was something a couple of years before I lost my foot. It could be unrelated. Tell us about it, Smith encouraged her. It was a serious assault. The attacker had a gun, so I pulled mine out too. I tried to get him to put down his weapon, but he wouldn't. He had a woman as a hostage. He held the gun to her head, and I was worried he might kill her. Suddenly, he let the woman go and pointed his gun at me. I shot twice, hitting him in the chest. He fell dead right away, she said, sounding as calm as if she were talking about laundry. His ID said his name was Émile Gagnon. I was cleared of any wrongdoing, and I thought it was all over. Gagnon is a common name in Quebec. Do you think there's a link between this Jean-Pierre and the man I shot? It's very possible, Bill replied. I read that Gagnon was the second most popular last name in Quebec in 2006. Do you know that for sure? Ryan asked, surprised. Yeah, research is part of my job. I collect bits of information and keep it here, Bill said, tapping his head. You can check it if you want. I believe you. Do you think they might be related? Ryan asked Smith. It's possible, Smith said, shrugging. I'll look into it first thing Monday. Revenge is a well-known reason for murder, Ryan, Roland added. I'm sure you know all about that. Ryan exchanged a glance with Roland, both understanding deeper things from their past, but he didn't say anything. Do you think this Jean-Pierre Gagnon could kill someone? Ryan asked Azalea. I know he could, she answered firmly, catching the attention of even the toughest men in the room. He was in the Canadian Special Operations Forces. They do high-risk jobs just like their British counterparts. They need to keep it secret when they take lives. You think he's skilled enough to cut two people apart and set up a crime scene? Ryan asked. Absolutely, Azalea replied. Ryan and Smith blinked, taken aback by her calm response. They would have expected more emotion, especially since her husband was one of the victims, but she seemed more upset about asking for hot sauce earlier. Ryan, a file from French intelligence about you was checked out, Smith began. That means Gagnon probably has it, Ryan said. Oh no, Beverly, he suddenly called out. Yes, dear, Beverly answered, walking in from the kitchen while drying her hands. Do you still have your .410 shotgun nearby? Of course, she replied. Keep it close, Ryan said seriously. Ryan, if this guy is as dangerous as Azalea says, you, your team, and Beverly's shotgun won't stand a chance. He'll be like a one-man army, Roland said. Except Rambo had surprise on his side. Gagnon doesn't now that we know who he is, Ryan replied. It's a tough time for you to not have your weapon. Who says I don't? Roland said with a sly smile. Bill brought it. I even have the paperwork now that we're on this side. And what if he gets other gunmen to join him? Smith asked. Good luck to them, Bill said, cracking his knuckles. I've got the word out. If anything, Ryan might have some volunteers coming to help. That's just what we need. A shooting battle between Gagnon's gunmen and yours right here in America, Smith sighed. Bill laughed. You know what they say, Director. Old soldiers like us never die. They just go to hell to regroup, he joked. Ryan, Roland, and Bill chuckled while Smith groaned. Beverly looked worried, and Azalea seemed confused. So what do you say, Ryan? Should I call 911? Ryan knew if Bill did that, their place would be packed with enough weapons and men to take over a small country. He would have jumped at that offer a few years ago. He felt thankful for the offer, but things had changed. Now he was a trusted member of this community. The people here relied on him to keep them safe. He had grown to care for them like family. He couldn't put them in the middle of a deadly battle between two armed groups. Plus, he had promised to uphold the law. There was a time when he didn't care much for the law, but now he was seen as the law in this town. He looked around the room and saw the concern in everyone's eyes. No, Ryan said softly. He noticed Bill's shocked face and added, maybe as a last option. Otherwise, we do this the right way. Smith and Azalea both sighed with relief. Ryan turned to Smith again. Can you arrange protection for my daughter and her family? Ryan asked. I'll get on it right away, Smith said. Also, please try to bring in more help as quickly as you can, Ryan said. Got it, Smith replied. Until this is over, the three of you will stay here, Ryan told Azalea, Roland, and Bill. There's plenty of space upstairs. Roland and Bill, you two can share a room. Beverly, I don't want you going anywhere alone. You might not have deliveries tomorrow, but you will on Monday. One or more of these three will go with you. Okay, Beverly said. I need to feed the chickens tomorrow morning, though. I'll go with you, Ryan said. I have to make a couple of calls, so why don't you three grab what you need for the next few days? Any questions? No, we understand, Azalea said. We should hurry. Come back as quick as you can, Ryan told them. I need to make some calls, too. Who are you calling? Smith asked. The governor, for one. I'm also calling the office. Until this is fixed, we need everyone on board. I agree, Smith said. As Smith took out his cell phone, Azalea, Roland, and Bill left the house. Ryan walked into his home office and called the desk sergeant. After finishing that call, he dialed another number from his contacts. He was surprised when the man picked up on the second ring. Good evening, Sheriff Caldwell. How can I help you tonight? The man asked. Good evening, Governor. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important, Ryan replied. Just another fundraiser. You know how it is, the governor said. Yes, sir, I do, Ryan answered. He quickly explained his situation and what he had done so far. Then he made his request. Thanks for reaching out, Sheriff. You have my full support. I will make a few calls after this, and I will make sure you get what you need. Is it okay if I share your number so my team can contact you to coordinate things? The governor said. Thank you, Governor. I appreciate it. Have a good evening, Ryan said. I'll try. One can only eat so much rubber chicken, the governor joked. They ended the call, and Ryan called his daughter Sarah and her husband Bob. They were surprised by what he told them, but felt better when he mentioned that Smith was arranging protection for them. I hope these guys are better than the last two the FBI sent to watch over Sarah and little Ryan, Bob said. I'm sure they'll be fine, son. I just don't want to take any chances, Ryan assured him. Let us know how it goes, okay? Bob replied. I will, son. Just take care of your family. They hung up, and Ryan went upstairs to change back into his uniform. Over the next 20 minutes, he answered 3 calls and smiled when the last one ended. He went downstairs and saw his wife making another cup of coffee for Smith. Are you leaving again? Smith asked. Yes, we both are after Azalea comes back, Ryan said. I called a meeting to update everyone on the situation. I'll be fine for a few minutes, Beverly said. You two go on. No, sweetheart, I'm not leaving you alone, Ryan told her. Why don't you go upstairs and get the other 2 rooms ready for our guests? Okay, dear, she said. After Beverly went upstairs, Smith turned to Ryan. You spoke to the governor? Smith asked. Yes, Ryan replied. I also spoke to 3 of his staff. The local National Guard is getting ready. We have some Rangers and extra DPS officers coming too. How did it go for you? I set it up for agents to stay with your daughter and her family, Smith said. Agents and federal marshals are on their way from El Paso and Dallas. They should arrive tonight or tomorrow. Good, Ryan said. We'll leave as soon as our guests return. Ryan, I want you to know I'm glad you're giving the system a chance. I was worried you might choose another way, Smith said. I remember what happened with Night Petroleum, and I don't want that to happen again. For what it's worth, neither do I, Ryan told him. But I will do whatever it takes to protect my family and my community. I hope the system won't let us down. I understand, Smith replied. They saw headlights outside and realized Azalea, Roland, and Bill had come back. Ryan opened the door and let them in. He noticed their bags and a canvas case on Roland's back. He knew it was Roland's Thompson gun. Going somewhere? Roland asked when he saw Ryan in uniform. Yeah, Smith and I are heading back to the sheriff's department for a while. You 3 go upstairs and get settled. I don't know how long we'll be gone, Ryan explained. Make yourselves at home. Mi casa es su casa. What? Azalea asked, confused. It means make yourselves at home, Ryan said. You just said that, she replied, her brows furrowed. Yes, I did. Beverly will help you get settled and show you around. We'll be back, Ryan said. He kissed Beverly before leaving with Smith. They got into Ryan's truck and headed to town. What's going on? Jean-Pierre asked when Terry walked into his hotel room. I'm sorry to bother you, but I got a report from our private investigator in Hard Rock, Thierry replied. He noticed Jean-Pierre raise his eyebrows and continued. There's a lot happening around the sheriff's department there, and every officer in town has gathered. He also saw a military vehicle. That means nothing, Jean-Pierre said. It could just be practice. But what if it's not? Thierry asked. Do you really think a small town could challenge us? Jean-Pierre asked with a smirk. What are they going to do? Send John Wayne with their cavalry? They are foolish colonials, no match for us. If you say so, Thierry responded. But Caldwell is not a fool. He's just an old, out-of-shape man living in the past. He doesn't concern me. Have you managed that list of names I gave you? I have submitted them through the system and am waiting for the paperwork, Thierry said. I was told there may be a delay. That is not acceptable. Corporate wants results. They want them now. We will go alone if needed. I will confront this Caldwell woman in front of her husband. Then I will hurt him badly. After that, I will deal with Azalea Dupont. Are you with me, Thierry? Yes, monsieur. You know I am with you, but this Caldwell is clever, Thierry said. Good answer, Thierry. I understand your worry. Very well. We will leave for Hard Rock now, just in case this Caldwell sets up checkpoints. We will watch the area and prepare to strike on Monday. Now go. Pack your things. I will pay the bill. We leave in 10 minutes. As you wish, Thierry said, leaving the room quickly. He had always respected Jean-Pierre, but now he was worried. His friend was acting more and more out of control, his desire for revenge hurting his ability to think clearly. 10 minutes later, he met Jean-Pierre by his car, and they drove into the dark night. "What's going on, Sheriff?" Mike Thompson asked when Ryan and Smith arrived at the busy parking lot. Mike owned a successful trucking business and led the local National Guard unit. "I'll explain everything during the briefing, Mike." "Thanks for coming," Ryan said, noticing Mike's camouflage uniform with his oak leaves showing proudly. "I know this was sudden." "You can say that again. I got the call just a little while ago. Then your desk sergeant called about a meeting. It almost sounded like we were about to be attacked by terrorists or something." "It's something like that," Ryan said, looking serious. "Oh no," Mike said, shocked. The meeting room was packed with deputies, both on and off duty, trying to find a place to sit. Ryan saw the uniformed officers from the Department of Public Safety, DPS, and nodded at them. They nodded back as Ryan walked to the front of the room, where Ray and Deputy Sanders were waiting. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice," Ryan started. "And thank you to our friends from the Department of Public Safety and the National Guard commander for joining us. I'd like to introduce Daryl Smith, Deputy Director of the FBI, who came here from Washington, D.C. earlier today." Everyone turned to look at Smith. Many of them recognized him from television, and they seemed surprised he came to Hard Rock. One of the deputies called out to Ryan. "What's happening, Sheriff?" the deputy asked. "We have a serious situation that needs everyone's help until it's solved," Ryan said firmly. He shared details about 3 murders and what they had learned over the past few days. Then he pointed to the map on the wall. "I want checkpoints on all roads coming into town," Ryan directed. "Here, here, 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 and here," he added, marking spots on the map. "Since those are outside the city, I'd appreciate it if the DPS could manage those. This will allow the deputies to patrol more in town." "We'll take care of that, Sheriff," a senior DPS officer said. "Thank you," Ryan replied. "I was told there would be extra DPS officers arriving tonight, so hopefully we won't be overwhelmed." "Thanks for that, Sheriff," the DPS officer answered. "I also want increased air patrols over the city. Can you manage that, Jim?" Ryan asked Jim Thornton, the air patrol leader. "Yes, we can handle that, Sheriff," Jim confirmed. "What do you need my people to do?" Mike asked. "I want your people to support the DPS and be ready to act as soon as we spot the suspect," Ryan replied. "But be careful. Our suspect is thought to be armed and very dangerous. He may have backup. From what we've learned, he is a highly trained former Canadian Special Forces operative." "You mean, like Rambo or something?" another deputy asked. Just then, Elaine walked in carrying a large stack of papers. She started handing out sheets with a photo of Jean-Pierre from a Teams meeting with Ryan and some background information. "Something like that," Ryan said. "This is our suspect. His name is Jean-Pierre Gagnon. He is the head of security for the North American division of Worldwide Imports and Exports, a company based in France. He is from Canada and a veteran of the elite JTF-2. Ryan heard several deputies express shock. "Wow," one deputy said. "He sounds tough." "Yes, so everyone needs to stay alert. Don't try to be a hero. We don't know if he'll be alone, and we don't know what car he might be driving. If you see anything strange, anything at all, call for backup right away. Do not try to confront him alone. Understand?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "Director Smith, do you want to add anything?" "Thank you, Sheriff," Smith said as he approached the front. "As Sheriff Caldwell mentioned, this is an urgent situation. I'm here because this involves cooperation from law enforcement and intelligence services from at least 4 countries. I hope we can take Gagnon alive, but if necessary, we will take action. I'll stay in town until this is resolved." "Okay, let's finalize our plan," Ryan said. Everyone gathered around a large table with a detailed map of Hard Rock and the surrounding area. Everyone shared ideas, and Ryan listened carefully. Some suggestions were accepted while others were not. By the end of the meeting, everyone felt confident about their strategy. "Sheriff, I printed a bunch of flyers like you asked," Elaine said, showing him a stack with Gagnon's picture on them. Great. Thank you, Elaine, Ryan replied. Hand those out and post them on every public bulletin board and everywhere people can see them. The flyers clearly stated, believed to be armed, extremely dangerous. Do not approach, contact the sheriff's office, or call 911 immediately. I also talked to KHRK, and they are happy to make public service announcements. You might hear from Allison Channing, Jenny Carson, the public affairs officer, added. Excellent, Ryan said, remembering his previous meeting with Allison after Commissioner Higgins' murder. Is there anything else? I spoke with Tom Reynolds, she replied. Ryan knew that Tom ran ABC Outdoor Advertising, a company that had many billboards around town. Tom says he has some of the new digital billboards and he can show our flyer on them. He just needs your okay. I like your idea, Jenny, Ryan said with a big smile. You have my approval. When can he set it up? I already gave him the flyer. He said he can have it up in just a few minutes, Jenny replied. I'll tell him to go ahead. Perfect. We'll make Gagnon's face the most famous one in town. Good job, Jenny. I like how you take charge, Ryan told her. Thank you, Sheriff. I'll handle this right away, she said, smiling. Are we ready to go? Ryan asked the officers in the room. Everyone nodded, and a few said yes. Great, let's move out, everyone. He stayed back to answer any questions, leaving only after the others had left. It's after 2:30 in the morning, Smith said. I don't know about you, but I could use a bit of sleep. Me too, Ryan agreed. Bev will be up soon to take care of her chickens, and I really need some rest. They left the office and returned to Ryan's home, where they found Azalea sitting in a rocking chair on the front porch. A 9mm Glock was on the table next to her, along with some night vision goggles. Have you been out here all night? Ryan asked as he and Smith stepped onto the porch. Ryan stood in front of Azalea while Smith went inside. Yes, Azalea answered quietly. I took a short nap after you left. Roland is keeping watch on the back deck. I thought you two would be... No, I am on duty. I never mix work with other things, she replied, her tone flat. I understand, Ryan said. Do you need anything? Coffee? Your wife kindly gave me a thermos of coffee. I am fine. She looked at Ryan before continuing. I can sense that he is close. No offense, but I hope you are wrong this time, Ryan told her. No offense taken, Sheriff. But my instincts are usually right, she said without any emotion. If he's close, he's going to be famous around here by morning, Ryan said. Azalea looked at him sharply. He probably won't be ready for that, she said. I worry that might make him act unpredictably. He could be more dangerous. Or reckless, Ryan said. I know how to adjust to unexpected situations. I don't think he'll see this coming. No, he won't. It will be a new experience for him. That could make him very dangerous, like a wild animal trapped in a corner, Azalea said. Maybe. We'll see, Ryan replied. Are you okay out here? I will be fine, Sheriff. You need to check on your wife. She is scared. I know, I will. Let me know if you need anything, Ryan said. Azalea nodded slowly. Smith caught up with Ryan as he walked through the house to the back deck. Good news, Smith said, putting his phone in his pocket. Washington called and said the French government is taking away diplomatic protection from a few consular workers. They are rounding them up now. 2 of them are still missing. That's good, Ryan said. A lot of people in Washington and Ottawa are happy right now, Smith said. They will send me the names of the people they can't find. Maybe 1 or 2 of them are with Gagnon. That makes sense, Ryan replied. I'm going to bed. All these parties are wearing me out. Wake me if something huge happens. Sure, Ryan said with a laugh. After Smith left, he went outside and saw Roland sitting behind a trellis with his Thompson gun ready, wearing night vision goggles pushed up on his head. Well, you finally came back, Roland said sarcastically. I hope you figured things out. Yeah, I think Gagnon will be in for a surprise when he comes to town, Ryan said. You know, Ryan, it's strange to see you so calm and normal. There was a time when you would go after Gagnon without thinking about the risks. That was before I promised to follow the law, Ryan said lightly but seriously. I have a duty to these people. It's my job to protect them. I guess, Roland said. Still, it's odd. I've never seen this side of you before. Do you like this life? I do. I have a great wife and a nice home, and people here seem to like me. Now I protect them instead of chasing after trouble. It has its rewards. You might want to try it someday. Maybe, we'll see. He sounded unsure, maybe a bit wistful. Were you married before? Ryan asked, leaning against a pillar. Yeah. Her name was Susan, Roland said, looking off into the distance. What happened? She got involved with an old enemy, left me for him. He was using her to get to me. You remember Van Owen? Yeah, I thought he was gone, Ryan replied. Not as gone as I thought, Roland said. He got to Susan and took her away. Then Bill found out he was going to sell her, so we went after him. Why did you care? You were going to divorce her anyway, right? This was a side of Roland Ryan hadn't seen before. Roland hesitated, then shook his head. I was, but I thought she didn't deserve such a bad end. Even if she did wrong by me, it wouldn't be fair for her to suffer like that. Plus, I had a score to settle with Van Owen. I took care of it. I see. I guess she didn't make it. No, Roland said quietly, a tear almost falling. He quickly composed himself to avoid showing too much emotion. Thankfully, it was dark. It wasn't my doing, though. I promise. I believe you, Ryan replied with sincerity. That was the last time I ever used this, Roland said, showing his Thompson gun. I hoped I wouldn't have to pick it up again, but this is for a good reason, right? He sounded a little hopeful, as if he needed to make up for something. I think so, Ryan answered. Is Bill coming to take over soon? Yeah, in about an hour, Roland replied. Okay, well, I need to get some sleep. See you in the morning. See ya, Ryan, Roland said as Ryan walked back to the house. After the door closed softly, he put on his goggles and continued watching the area, pushing away painful memories. He had hidden flashbangs at key spots around the area and the triggers in his pocket. Once they were deafened and blinded, they'd only feel the bullets coming. He was skilled at catching people off guard. Ryan climbed the stairs to the master bedroom, feeling tired. Once upstairs, he changed and got into bed next to his wife. He held her close and felt her shaking. It'll be okay, sweetheart, Ryan whispered. I'm home. He felt her relax and soon fall asleep. A short time later, he was fast asleep, too. 12:35 a.m., Sunday, September 25th, 2022, somewhere between Houston and Hard Rock, Texas, talk, Jean-Pierre said as he answered the call on the car's Bluetooth. Are you heading to Hard Rock? A voice asked from the other end. Jean-Pierre and Thierry recognized this as the private investigator Jean-Pierre had hired to keep an eye on Azalea and what was happening in Hard Rock. Yes, he said without thinking, forgetting the man didn't understand French. I'm heading there now. I should arrive in about an hour. Why? You might want to avoid downtown. It looks like law enforcement is gathering at the sheriff's department. I'd guess every officer in the area is there. There are even military vehicles, the man said. I saw a deputy director from the FBI, too. FBI? Thierry exclaimed, surprised. Yes. If I had to guess, it's because of you two. I think you should stay away from your usual spot. Maybe stay at my safe house for a couple of days until it calms down, the man suggested. You know where it is, right? Yes, I know, Jean-Pierre answered. It wasn't really a house. It was a small trailer with 2 tiny bedrooms. But it had electricity, running water, a stocked fridge, a small bar, and an air conditioner. It wasn't Jean-Pierre's first choice, but it would have to do. He had a key ready just in case. I've stocked the fridge and there's a bottle of cognac, so you should be all set, the man said. What about the target? Jean-Pierre asked. Mrs. DuPont and her 2 guests are at the sheriff's place along with the FBI deputy director. I'll send you the address. There's a map at the safe house. Damn it, I told you no names! Jean-Pierre yelled, his frustration spilling over. Sorry. I don't know what's happening, but it's tense right now. You should lay low until it gets better, the man said. Jean-Pierre knew the investigator didn't know the details of his plans. His job was just to watch DuPont and the happenings in town. Send the information, then keep an eye on them, Jean-Pierre ordered. Goodbye. He hung up, feeling more upset. He heard the beep telling him he had an email. Just then, Terry's phone buzzed. He glanced at the man beside him who was staring at his phone. They know, Terry said, going pale. Who knows? What do they know? Jean-Pierre demanded. It's a notice that my status has been revoked. I must report to the security services within 24 hours or I could be expelled, Thierry said, his voice shaking. What will I do? he asked, looking at Jean-Pierre with fear. I can't go to jail. I won't survive. Jean-Pierre realized then that Thierry was no longer useful to him. He would be too worried about what might happen with the police to focus on their job. He saw a sign for rest area 2 miles and knew what to do. He hated it but felt it was necessary. No one would likely be at the rest stop this late. Don't worry, Thierry. I will make sure you don't go to jail, either here or in France, Jean-Pierre assured him. Thank you, Thierry replied. Jean-Pierre turned on his signal and exited the highway. What are you doing? Thierry asked. Where are we going? I need a break, Jean-Pierre replied in a flat tone. I think you do too. I could use a break. We've been driving a long time, Thierry said, suddenly relieved. Yes, we have. Turn off your phone, Jean-Pierre instructed. We don't want the security services tracking it. That's a good idea, Thierry said. He did as Jean-Pierre said, putting his phone away. By then, Jean-Pierre had pulled off the highway and parked at the empty men's restroom. Just as he thought, no one else was there. He got out of the car and waved for Thierry to join him, making sure to walk behind Thierry as they entered the small building. He looked around quickly. No obvious security cameras. Good. Thierry went to a urinal without looking back, unzipped his pants and sighed as he began to use the restroom. Jean-Pierre calmly took out his gun and shot 1 bullet into the back of Thierry's head, leaving blood and pieces on the dirty wall. Putting away his gun, Jean-Pierre put on his gloves and took Thierry's gun. He placed it in Thierry's lifeless hand and fired another shot into what was left of his head, using Thierry's finger to pull the trigger. Then he took Thierry's phone and replied to an email using the voice-to-text feature, pretending to be Thierry. I confess to killing Philip Dupont of Worldwide Imports and Exports and his assistant, Carmelita Holder. I also confess to killing Mrs. Holder's husband. I have been in love with Azalea Dupont for a while and could not stand to see her with Philip. I admit I have shared secret government information with others and made fake documents to let hired killers into the United States. I cannot live with the guilt of what I have done. Please tell my family that I love them and I am sorry, Jean-Pierre finished, signing the email with Thierry's name. He pressed send and smiled when he saw the email had been sent. He left the phone on and put it back in Thierry's pocket. Let the security service track it, he thought. I am truly sorry, my friend, Jean-Pierre said, looking at Thierry's body on the floor. Thierry's pants were unzipped and he lay there in a messy state. But it seems you are more useful to me dead than alive. You have done well for me in the past, which is why I made your end quick. I do not have time to deal with a man full of troubles at the end of his life. I promise to keep you out of prison. I imagine we may meet again, perhaps in a hot place like this Texas, so I say goodbye for now. With that, Jean-Pierre calmly walked to another urinal, took care of business, washed his hands and face, then left Thierry's body behind, careful not to touch anything. He returned to his car and drove away. Arriving safely at Hard Rock, he went straight to the safe house. Using the private investigator's key, he opened the door and brought in his luggage. After putting everything away, he drank a bottle of water from the fridge and then went to bed. 5:30 a.m., Sunday, September 25th, 2022. The Caldwell residence. Beverly woke up early as usual and looked at her husband sleeping. After everything that had happened, he deserved the rest, so she let him sleep. Besides, Azalea had already said she would go with her to the chicken farm. The two women had things to talk about, and Beverly thought it best for her husband not to be there. She dressed in work clothes and went downstairs, shaking her head at two men snoring loudly. She wondered if Azalea was still outside and was surprised to see her sitting in a rocking chair on the porch. After making some coffee, she stepped out. "Good morning," Beverly said. "I brought you some coffee." "Good morning." "Thank you," Azalea replied, taking the cup of hot coffee. "Were you out here all night?" Beverly asked. "Yes," Azalea said simply. "Where else would she be in a house full of people she hardly knew?" "Are you ready to go to the chicken farm?" Beverly asked. "Is it far?" Azalea wanted to know. "No, just over there," Beverly pointed to the white buildings in the distance. "Come on, get in my truck and we'll drive over." The two women got into Beverly's truck, similar to Ryan's, and headed to the farm. "Do you do this every day?" Azalea asked. "Sure do. I have to take care of my babies," Beverly said proudly. I've cared for animals my whole life." They drove in silence. Beverly felt a bit tense while Azalea seemed lost in her thoughts. After a few minutes, they arrived at the main barn, got out, and walked across the cool ground to the door. Beverly unlocked it, turned on the lights, and they heard the soft sound of clucking all around them. "My goodness, how many chickens do you have?" Azalea exclaimed as she entered the large building. "Hundreds," Beverly replied. "I have some help, but I like to see them myself in the mornings. I think they like it too. Come on, grab that bag of feed." Azalea looked at the bag but struggled to lift it. I can't," she said. "Use your legs, not your back. Like this," Beverly demonstrated. She easily lifted a bag onto her shoulder. Azalea watched in amazement at how Beverly managed it. Trying it herself, she was surprised she could lift it too. "That's it, let's go." "Can we talk for a minute?" Azalea asked when they reached the feed area. Beverly put her bag down and noticed Azalea had already set hers down. "Sure," Beverly replied in a neutral tone. "Do you want to talk about why you tried to get my husband's attention?" "I did not try to seduce him. I just offered to be with him. It's a normal thing," Azalea explained. Beverly snorted, making Azalea confused. "I don't know where you're from, but here, offering to be with someone is seen as seducing them," Beverly said firmly. "I am from Quebec," Azalea replied, still puzzled. "Does that matter?" "No, it doesn't," Beverly said, sharp and clear. "It's the same in Quebec as it is in Hard Rock, Texas. Flirting is flirting, and love is more than just a physical need. It's a deep way two people show they care for each other. You were married, right?" "Yes, I was," she replied, looking confused. "Then you should know how it is," Beverly said. "We had an agreement," Azalea said, still puzzled. "Don't you and Ryan have an agreement?" "Yes. We both agree that as long as we're married, we can't be with anyone else. That's what those vows about forsaking all others mean. You remember those vows, right?" "No, Philip and I never said those words," Azalea said, looking a bit lost. "Were we supposed to?" "I've heard them at every wedding I've been to," Beverly said, her confusion growing. Then she realized something. "Were you in one of those open marriages?" "Open?" Azalea asked, surprised. "Yeah, where couples agree they can see other people. I've read about those. Is that what you had with your husband?" "I never thought of it like that, but yes, I guess we did," Azalea replied. "Well, Ryan and I don't have that kind of setup, so please respect our marriage and don't put yourself out there for my husband," Beverly said, her voice tense. I'm sorry," Azalea said softly, feeling scolded. "I didn't mean any disrespect." "I accept your apology. This time," Beverly replied, her tone serious. "Now, let's feed the chickens." 7:14 a.m., Sunday, September 25th, 2022. Jean-Pierre woke up to his phone ringing. Rubbing his eyes, he saw it was his private investigator in Hard Rock. He sat up and picked up the phone. "Have you seen the news?" the PI asked. "No, I was asleep," Jean-Pierre snapped. "You should turn on the TV," said the PI. "Put it on channel 7. Jean-Pierre grabbed the remote and switched on the TV. He gasped when he saw his face on the screen. "People in Hard Rock woke up to find this all over town," the news anchor said, showing one of many posters put up earlier that morning. The anchor continued. "The sheriff's department is searching for a suspect in at least 3 murders. The flyer names the suspect as Jean-Pierre Gagnon and warns he is armed and very dangerous. They ask anyone who sees him to contact them right away. For more details, we go to KHRK's Allison Channing." "Thanks, Brent," Allison said, looking pleased. This is why she loved being a broadcaster. "The sheriff, Ryan Caldwell, issued a statement early this morning. He said Jean-Pierre is wanted for 3 murders earlier this week. Due to the horrible nature of the murders, Jean-Pierre's military background, and the fear that he might have worked with others who have military skills for a violent plan against the town, the whole sheriff's department is on alert, and the local National Guard has been called in." The sheriff said, "We will do whatever it takes to protect this community and everyone in it. I won't stop until Jean-Pierre is caught." He also warned residents to be very careful if they see Jean-Pierre, who is believed to be a skilled killer. "Back to you, Brent," Allison finished. "Thanks, Allison," Brent said. In a possibly related story, a man's body was found at a rest stop about an hour east of Hard Rock by a family returning from Houston. Officials say he seemed to have been shot in the head. No other details are available right now, but the Department of Public Safety is looking into it. "What do you want me to do?" the PI asked Jean-Pierre. "Just do what I hired you for," Jean-Pierre replied harshly. "Keep an eye on the Caldwell house. Tell me what you see." "Will do," said the PI before hanging up. Jean-Pierre threw the phone, watching it bounce off the bed and hit the floor. This Sheriff Caldwell would pay for this, he thought. He did his morning routine, took a shower, and made a pot of what they call coffee in America. After a quick breakfast, he took out a map of Hard Rock and started to plan. 8:27 a.m., Sunday, September 25th, 2022. Ryan woke up to the smell of bacon cooking downstairs. He glanced at the clock and remembered he promised to help Beverly with the chickens. He mentally kicked himself, got out of bed, did his morning things, dressed, and headed downstairs. "About time you got up," Smith said with a smile, sipping his coffee. "Yeah, well, someone didn't wake me up to feed the chickens," Ryan shot back, glancing at Beverly, who smiled at him while cooking. "Azalea went with me," she said lightly. "I figured you needed the extra sleep. Want some coffee?" "Yes, thanks," Ryan said, taking the cup Azalea handed him, looking thoughtful. "Is everything okay?" "Of course," Azalea replied, slightly annoyed. "Why would it not be?" "Just checking," Ryan said, glancing between the two women. He thought there might be some tension, but they seemed to have sorted it out. He knew Beverly was still upset about Azalea's earlier behavior, but maybe they talked it through. He hoped so. "Have you heard anything about our guy?" Ryan asked Smith. "Not yet, but another body was found at a rest stop east of town this morning," Smith replied. "Oh?" Ryan said, curious. "Yes, it was on the news, but I also got a call from the Houston office. They said the victim is Thierry Toussaint, a worker from the French consulate who was recalled. He was shot in the back of the head, and it's pretty clear it was a murder. He sent an email saying he was responsible for 3 murders. Either this was a strange way to kill himself, or it was a very rushed murder. I think it's definitely a murder." Smith looked over at Azalea. "The email mentioned he had feelings for Mrs. DuPont," he said, grabbing Azalea's attention. "Did you know him?" Ryan asked her. "No, I've never met anyone with that name," she replied firmly. "Do you know when that email was sent?" Ryan asked Smith. "It was sent at 12:47 a.m. today," Smith said. 12:47 a.m. That rest stop is only about an hour from here. If Gagnon came here right afterward, he would have arrived around 1:47, just 45 minutes before our meeting ended. "Looks like your gut feeling was correct, Azalea," Ryan said. "It usually is," she shot back. "I thought I smelled bacon," Roland called as he and Bill came down the stairs. "That smells great." "Take a seat," Beverly said. "Breakfast is ready." "Do you need some hot sauce?" Ryan asked Azalea before sitting down. He remembered how she had poured a lot of it on her pork chop last night. "Yes," Azalea replied in her flat tone. Ryan shrugged and handed her the bottle. He exchanged a worried glance with Beverly as Azalea poured the sauce on her eggs. Once at the table, everyone quickly ate their breakfast. Azalea stayed quiet as she ate fast, washing her food down with strong black coffee, then sitting silently. "This is really good, sweetheart," Ryan said with a smile. "Thank you." "Yes, excellent, Mrs. Caldwell." "Thank you," Bill added. "Thank you so much," Beverly said. "Do you eat like this every morning?" Roland asked Ryan. "Absolutely," Ryan replied. "You know what they say, breakfast is the most important meal of the day." They finished their meal and Ryan helped Beverly clean up. "Is everything okay?" he quietly asked her in the kitchen. "Everything is fine, sweetheart," Beverly assured him. "Azalea and I had a little talk this morning. We've come to an understanding." "I see," Ryan said. Just then, his phone buzzed. "Excuse me, I need to take this," he said, noticing it was his office calling. It was Rhonda, one of the desk sergeants. "Sheriff, Fred Tibbetts is here. He says he saw the suspect, and there's a Ranger Wilson asking for you." Ryan knew Fred ran the Sunset Motel on the edge of town. He was a good man who had been there for years. Maybe, Ryan thought, Gagnon was either staying there or had been there. "Thanks, Rhonda. I'll be there soon. Just finished breakfast." I'll let them know, Sheriff, Rhonda replied before hanging up. I need to change and get to the office, Ryan said. Do you want to come with me? He asked Smith. Sure, Smith replied. Ryan went upstairs to change into his uniform. On his way out of the master bedroom, he saw a quick flash of light through a window facing north. He looked out and thought he saw a small truck in the creek bed about 100 yards north of his property across the main road. Bill, Roland, how good are you at hiding and sneaking? He asked when he got back downstairs. The best. You know that, Ryan, Roland said suspiciously. Why? We're being watched, Ryan said. Smith and Azalea overheard and stepped closer to listen. Do you think it's Gagnon? Smith asked. No, Gagnon wouldn't be so obvious. Plus, with his face all over town, he wouldn't be foolish enough to come here in broad daylight. It's probably someone working for him, Ryan said. What do you want us to do? Roland asked. Go out the back door, sneak around Beverly's farm and cross the road. Go about 100 yards across the road to the dry creek bed. Try to approach the guy from two sides. Bring him back here. I'll wait here until you have him. Any questions? I got it, Roland said, nodding. Bill did the same. What about me? Azalea asked. Stay here with us, Ryan replied. Okay, she said without complaint. But Ryan could tell she wanted to jump into action. You two need to go, Ryan told Roland and Bill. They nodded and quietly went out the back door as Ryan headed upstairs. He grabbed a pair of binoculars from the master bedroom and stood back from the window to look at the area across the street. He saw a man hiding behind some bushes, and then he saw Roland and Bill moving towards him. A few minutes later, the man was staring at the barrel of Roland's gun. When Ryan, Smith, and Azalea got outside, Roland and Bill brought their guest across the road. Ryan recognized him right away. Sam Grayson, the only private investigator in town. When they reached Ryan, they paused, and Sam looked nervous. Well, if it isn't Sam Grayson, Ryan said casually. What are you doing out here watching my house, Sam? Are you working for Jean-Pierre Gagnon? At the sound of that name, Sam's face went pale. I'm not saying anything, Sam replied sharply. Give me 5 minutes with him, Sheriff. He'll tell you everything, Azalea insisted. Ryan quickly imagined a more extreme way Azalea might get information from Sam and shook it off. Oh, he'll tell us what we want to know. Won't you, Sam? Ryan said with a sly smile and a wink. Turn around and put your hands behind your back. Ryan cuffed Sam while reading him his rights. Ryan checked Sam for any weapons but found none. He pushed Sam into the back of his truck. We're leaving now. I'm not sure when we'll be back. Do you need me to grab some Tabasco sauce? He asked Azalea. If you don't mind, she replied, adding shyly. Please. Do you need anything, Beverly? Ryan asked. I'm fine, she answered. Okay, I'll call you when we're on our way back, Ryan said. He and Smith got into the truck and drove to town. Once they reached the sheriff's department, Ryan opened the back and pulled Sam out, guiding him inside and handing him over to Deputy Jones. Please take Mr. Grayson to interview room 1, Ryan said. Sure thing, Sheriff, Jones replied. He took Sam down the hall while Ryan and Smith went to the front of the department. There, Ryan spotted Fred and a tall man in a dark suit and hat, the Ranger. Ryan nodded at the Ranger before speaking to Fred. What can I help you with, Fred? Ryan asked. That guy, Gagnon, the one from the news? He has been staying at my motel, Fred said. I recognized him from this morning's report. Is he there now? Ryan asked. No, Sheriff, he isn't. But I checked my records to be sure it was him. I made a copy for you, Fred said as he handed over a folder. Ryan looked through it and saw that Gagnon had another person with him on March 11th, the last day Philippe Dupont and Carmelita Holder were seen alive. This shows another person with Gagnon back in March, Ryan said. Yeah, he always came with that Gagnon guy. For a while, I thought they were close. Ryan paused for a moment as the thought sank in. I understand, Ryan said. Did you get the other man's name? Yeah, it was Terry something. I don't remember the last name now, but I do remember Gagnon calling him that, Fred said. Thanks, Fred, I really appreciate it, Ryan said. Anytime, Sheriff, Fred replied. How's Bea doing these days? Ryan asked about Fred's wife. Her arthritis has been acting up quite a bit lately, Sheriff. But other than that, she's all right, Fred answered. Why don't you take your lovely wife out for a nice steak dinner, my treat? Ryan said, pulling out a $50 bill from his money clip. Wow, thank you, Sheriff, Fred said, grinning wide. Bee will love that. Have a good day, Fred, and stay safe out there, Ryan said. I will. Thanks again, Fred said, shaking hands with Ryan. Once Fred left, Ryan turned to Ranger Wilson. What brings you here, Ranger? Ryan asked. I must say, Sheriff, you have a unique way of doing things, Wilson said, sounding doubtful. It's called community outreach. You could learn about it online, Ryan said dryly. These people are my friends. They are like family to me. Uh-huh, Wilson said. But this place feels like a fortress, Sheriff. Are you sure this is the right way to go? You didn't see what was done to the victims. I did, Ryan replied sharply. I know the kind of man who did it, and I won't let him hurt anyone else in my town. The captain says you got the Canadians involved, Wilson said, narrowing his eyes. They were involved before we found those bodies, Smith interrupted. Wilson turned to Smith. Smith, right? I've seen you on TV, Wilson said. Yes, actually, I'm FBI Deputy Director Smith. There's a lot more happening here than you think. If you keep your eyes and ears open, you might learn something, Smith replied with a slight smile. Wilson nodded without saying anything. I'm about to start an interview, Ryan said. If you're quiet, you can sit in. Thank you, Sheriff, Wilson said. Ryan noticed Rhonda smiling as he headed to his office. This way, Ryan instructed. Smith and Ranger Wilson followed him to his office, where he grabbed a folder, then to interview room 1, where Sam waited. Ryan and Smith sat across from Sam, and Ryan signaled for Wilson to sit against the wall. Ryan began the audio recording and introduced the interview. I know you've been told your rights, Mr. Grayson. Do you understand them? Ryan asked. Yeah, I understand, Sam replied gruffly. You don't seem too happy to be here, Mr. Grayson, Ryan said with a smirk. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were guilty of something. No comment, Sam said. I haven't asked anything yet. So, Mr. Grayson, how long have you worked for Jean-Pierre Gagnon? Ryan asked, placing photos of the dead bodies on the table. Sam struggled to hold back his sickness at the sight. No comment, Sam said, turning his head away. Ryan moved the photos so Sam would have to look again. What's the matter, Mr. Grayson? Didn't you know what your client does? I've heard he's really good at this, Ryan said softly. If he has the chance, he will do it again. And maybe next time it could be you. He'll realize you're being questioned. I'm sure he'll figure it out quickly. Don't you agree, Ranger? I really do, Wilson replied with a smirk. You wouldn't dare, Sam cried, his face pale and eyes wide. Wouldn't I? After what your client has done and may still do? We have 3 bodies connected to him, maybe a 4th. Do you really want to take that risk? Ryan asked. Now tell me, Grayson, where is your client and what did he hire you for? Work with me, Mr. Grayson, and I'll help you as much as I can. How can I trust you? Sam asked. Because I just promised. Your client has a bad habit of hurting anyone who gets in his way. Are you going to work with me? Or do you want to risk it with a trained killer? Sam's face turned pale as he listened to Ryan. I just had to watch that Canadian woman, Mrs. DuPont. That's it. I won't say anything else without my lawyer. And that's why you were watching my house? Ryan questioned. I told you no more talking unless my lawyer is here, Grayson repeated. Okay, Mr. Grayson, who is your lawyer? We can call him for you, Ryan said. Arnold Gillespie, Sam replied. But he's out of town and won't return until Monday. Looks like you will get to enjoy some Texas hospitality for a bit, Ryan said with a smirk, making Smith and Wilson laugh. He knew Grayson came from New York City and had the attitude to match. But remember this, Mr. Grayson, Ryan said seriously. If anyone else is killed while you're here, you will be held responsible. I'll make sure of that. This interview is over. Ryan stopped the recording, gathered his files, and stood up. Smith and Wilson got up too. They left the room while Ryan called a deputy to take Sam to the county jail. What about his truck? Smith asked. It's still stuck in that creek. I'll have someone pick it up and give it to Ron's team, Ryan said. They'll also check Grayson's phone. Gagnon is around here somewhere, and he knows where to look. If this Gagnon is what you say, he could kill from far away, with a sniper rifle, Wilson argued. Probably, but that's not how he works, Ryan replied. This guy is dangerous. He prefers to kill up close where he can see the fear in his victim's eyes before he acts. You sound like you've been through this before, Wilson said, squinting at Ryan. A couple of times, Ryan said tightly. Come with me. Ryan led them to the morgue and showed them the 3 bodies they collected earlier in the week. "Wow," Wilson whispered as he looked at the dead bodies. "Do you understand now?" Ryan asked. "Yeah, I get it," Wilson said, shaken. "What do you need from me?" Jean-Pierre looked at the map on the table while drinking water. He had expected to hear from Grayson by now and was puzzled about what was going on. He thought about calling, but decided against it. Something just felt off. Then his phone buzzed, making him jump. Hoping it was Grayson, he checked the screen but felt his heart drop. It wasn't Grayson. It was his boss in Montreal with a short message. "Your services are no longer needed. Watch ZNN for details." Mad and confused, Jean-Pierre turned on the TV. He flipped through the cable guide until he found the right channel. He saw a well-dressed man in a dark suit standing in front of a government building. The State Department has announced that a group of French consulate workers accused of being part of a criminal organization have been let go. This includes Worldwide Imports and Exports, a major French company in North America, the man said. One of them was killed today at a rest stop west of Houston, Texas. Local law enforcement believes this may connect to other murders in the area. Recently, 2 employees of the French company and 1 spouse were found dead. The main suspect is Jean-Pierre Gagnon, a Canadian and head of security for the North American branch of Worldwide Imports and Exports. He is connected to the French consulate workers, the report continued. A photo of Jean-Pierre, the same one Ryan had shown around town, appeared on the screen for everyone to see. "Ah!" Jean-Pierre shouted in frustration as the reporter kept talking, his face hot with anger. He felt like hitting the side of the trailer but knew that wouldn't help. He tried to reply to the message but found his number was blocked. When he tried to call his boss in Montreal, he was told by the assistant that his input wasn't wanted anymore. In short, Jean-Pierre was on his own, cut off from everyone. He had been betrayed by the man who hired him to help their criminal plan while that man was likely trying to save himself. They would pay for this, just like Caldwell and the others, Jean-Pierre thought, his anger growing. Once he calmed down, Jean-Pierre thought about his choices. It was clear that Grayson had not contacted him because Caldwell had caught him. This likely meant Caldwell would find Jean-Pierre's hiding spot soon. He looked outside and decided to wait until night to move, hoping Caldwell wouldn't find him first. "What are you doing?" Azalea asked Roland as she walked into Caldwell's living room. Roland had taken apart his Thompson gun and was carefully cleaning and oiling each part. "Just giving her a good clean, just in case," Roland said. "Her? Really?" Azalea raised an eyebrow. "This gun is from World War II, so it's about 80 years old," Roland replied. "And it's still working well? After so long?" Azalea asked, surprised that such an old gun still functioned. "Oh yeah," Roland said proudly as he continued to wipe down the parts. He looked up at her when he noticed she seemed unsure. "Can I ask you something, Roland?" "Of course," he said. "Have you ever been married?" "Yes, once, a long time ago," Roland said with a hint of sadness. He paused, thinking before he added, "Actually, I've been married 3 times. "3 times? What happened?" Azalea asked. "They all cheated on me," he said, a resigned tone in his voice that made her feel uneasy. "You didn't have some kind of agreement with them?" Azalea asked carefully. "Like you and Philip?" "No, I promised to stay true. I did, but my wives did not. After I divorced my second wife, I finished my time in the army and became a freelancer," Roland remembered. "I thought I found a winner with Susan, my third wife, but that was a mistake too." "I'm really sorry," Azalea said quietly, struggling to find the right words. She reached out a hand toward Roland, but quickly pulled it back as if she was afraid. "It's not your fault," Roland assured her. "What about Susan?" she asked. "She was taken by someone who wanted to hurt me more than keep her. She didn't get that." "Oh, do you mean how it ended?" "Officially, I divorced her for leaving me a year after she ran off with her lover. Unofficially, they found what was left of her body on an island in the Bahamas next to her lover. She had been shot." "Did you have anything to do with that?" Azalea asked boldly. "Only by chance. We heard that her lover, someone I had trouble with before, was going to sell her. We tried to save her. Almost did." He looked away, remembering the pain. "I wouldn't have taken her back, but still, she didn't deserve what happened to her." "Have you met anyone since then?" she pressed. "Yeah, I've met a lot of women. Even spent time with some. And no, none worked for the Russians. He laughed a little. Russians? I don't get that, Azalea said, her brow furrowed in confusion. Just an old joke, he replied. Annoying, too. Ah, Azalea said, watching him put his gun back together. What I meant was, have you met someone special? Someone you might think about marrying one day? Roland paused, considering her question carefully. Was she looking for something more? I've met one or two, but they were married at the time, and they weren't the ones I spent time with. I won't break up a marriage, he said firmly. What if they weren't married? Azalea asked. Then things might change. Why all the questions? He asked. I'm just curious, she replied softly. Okay, but I'll say this. I couldn't live with an arrangement like you and Philippe have. If you want to act like a single person, then you shouldn't get married. That's just how I see it, Roland said. Azalea frowned, thinking deeply about his words. Roland sighed. Let me put it this way. If you love your country, you don't just do it half-heartedly. You're all in, not part-time for another country. The same goes for love. If you're spending time with someone you say you don't love, you're taking time away from the one you say you do love, even if they're far away. He paused, realizing he was touching on wounds he thought had healed. I think I get it, Azalea said slowly. Good, Roland replied as he finished fixing his gun. Want to go outside and shoot a few rounds? See how she feels? Sure, Azalea smiled slightly. I've never shot an old gun before. Everyone gathered around Ryan and Beverly's dinner table a little earlier than the day before. The meal was almost the same as before, with one big exception. You put Tabasco on this and you'll be wearing it, Beverly joked as she set the lasagna on the table. I don't put Tabasco on lasagna, Azalea replied in her usual flat tone. What's going on? Roland asked. Eating early tonight? Yes, Ryan said, serving lasagna onto everyone's plates. If Gagnon is going to leave, it'll be tonight after dark. I want to be ready for him. We have deputies and National Guard nearby, Smith explained. We even have an ambulance waiting up the road, ready to go if we need help. We want Gagnon to get close before we act. Don't worry, he won't get away with this, he said, looking at Azalea before he spoke again. I talked to our team in Montreal. The local police and the Mounties will raid Worldwide's North America office tomorrow morning. The French police will do the same in Marseille. If all goes well, it should be over by this time tomorrow. We'll also hit their other offices in the States. So it will be done soon, Azalea replied. That's the goal. We've been working on this for years. You should be happy, Smith added. Yes, I am happy, Azalea said, but her face told a different story. If this is finished, I might get another job. Maybe in Montreal or Ottawa. She glanced at Roland, and a hint of sadness crossed her face, surprising everyone. I hope it won't be a boring desk job. I'm sure it will all turn out okay, Smith said. I hope so, Azalea answered. They finished their meal and had a slice of apple pie for dessert. Afterward, Ryan helped Beverly clean the table while the others went to the front room to prepare for what Ryan and Smith thought would happen next. Make sure to wear these, Ryan said, handing out sets of level 3 body armor to Smith, Azalea, Roland, and Bill. They're not the best, but better than nothing. I've been asking for better gear, but Commissioner Barnes says it's not important since there's not much gun crime here. Thanks, Smith replied, taking his vest. If I had known we were going into a fight, I would have brought something better than this. Are you okay? Roland asked Azalea as she checked her sidearm. Yes, she said simply, then looked right into his eyes, startling him. Be careful, Roland. Please. I'll be fine, he replied. I've done this before. I know, it's just... It'll be all right, Azalea, he reassured her. He wanted to say more, but the words wouldn't come. Suddenly, Azalea stepped forward and kissed him. The kiss was surprising. She held his head close. She pulled back almost right away. Please be careful, she whispered, loud enough for everyone to hear. No one else moved or spoke. Yeah, I will, Roland stammered, unsure about her kiss. It was the first time she had kissed him, which was unexpected since they had been close before. He felt more for her in that moment than ever. Something inside him stirred, something he thought had gone away. Hey, Roland, Bill said after Azalea walked away. Roland turned to his longtime friend. What just happened? Beats me, Roland said. The others ignored the moment. Only Beverly shook her head in understanding and softly said, Men. Your words say one thing, but your eyes say another, Bill said. Are you falling for her? It was just a kiss, Roland protested, but deep down he knew it was more than that. It left him confused. Was he really developing feelings for Azalea? When did that happen? Right. Focus. Things are about to get real again, Bill told him. It was getting dark outside, so Roland finished checking his gear and got ready for whatever was coming. Smith listened through his earbud and nodded. Charlie 6 says he's moving. He's coming in from the southeast, heading toward the back of the house. We wait for him. Don't scare him. We want him close, Ryan instructed. They didn't have to wait long. About an hour later, one of the flashbang bombs Roland had set up in the yard went off. Everyone except Beverly rushed out the back door and took their positions, watching the area closely. Then they heard a man's voice. Well, Sheriff Caldwell, or should I call you Whiskey Delta 1? Nice to meet you in person. They turned toward the voice, weapons ready. Call me whatever you want, Gagnon, Ryan shouted. Step forward where we can see you. Not until you lower your weapons, Sheriff. Do it slowly and keep your hands where I can see them. Ryan looked around, then nodded, and slowly placed his sidearm on the ground. He stood up, holding his hands out, and the others followed suit. You're not getting away, Gagnon. We're taking you in, dead or alive. It doesn't matter to me, Ryan called out. I walked right past your deputies and National Guard troops, Sheriff. I could have taken them out myself. I'll escape just fine, Gagnon replied. Oh, right. You think those guards with night vision, low-light scanners, and a new silent drone are just waiting to play with you? Did it ever occur to you they were meant to stop you? Ryan asked with a sarcastic tone. Or has your pride gotten in the way? Don't underestimate me, Sheriff. Gagnon laughed as he stepped closer, holding an Uzi in each hand, strapped to a harness on his shoulders. Ryan had to stifle a laugh. It looked like something out of a movie. Even with those weapons, Gagnon wouldn't be able to control his shots properly. This was just for show. What do you want? Azalea demanded, her voice sharp. If it isn't the woman, Gagnon mocked. You know what I want. I've waited years for this. Why did you kill my husband? She asked. And why did you harm those other people? They did nothing to you. Simple. Your husband was no longer useful to me. Same with Monsieur Holder. I didn't kill him myself, but I gave the order. The woman? She was just a loose end that needed to be tied up. Nothing more, Gagnon said. What do you mean Philippe was no longer useful to you? Azalea asked, confused. It was his job to watch you, Gagnon replied. Who do you think set up his meeting with you at that work event in Montreal? Who made sure he was always free to take you out? Who arranged your so-called wedding? What? That doesn't make any sense, Azalea shouted angrily. Gagnon laughed wildly. Seriously? You've seen the kind of women he's been with. Do you really think he would even notice someone like you? You're like a schoolgirl next to those women. When was the last time you wore makeup or fixed your hair? Do you even know how to put on nail polish? You are nothing compared to the beautiful women Philip used to date. I don't need those things, Azalea said in her usual flat tone. And what do you mean, so-called wedding? We were married. I have the papers. Those papers were all fake, Gagnon said coldly. I arranged everything just to destroy your little fantasy. I don't believe you, Azalea shouted suddenly. It was real. He loved me. I loved him. How could any man love you? And what do you know about love? You can't even smile. Philippe told me you hated sleeping in the same bed with him. You don't wear earrings or own a dress. He did say you were memorable, though. Why do you think he only wanted to be with you at night with the lights off? He said that way. He could picture another face on you. I even thought about being with you myself. But now that I see you, I couldn't do it. It would feel like being with someone from a mental hospital or a homeless woman, maybe even my little sister if I had one. Were you involved in that meth lab we raided 5 years ago? Azalea asked sharply, trying to ignore his words. Ryan stood still, watching them closely, his eyes moving between them, trying to find the right moment to step in. Of course. Who do you think set off the bomb that blew off your left foot? I searched everywhere for that foot. I've kept it on ice, but I found it serves a purpose for me. It brought me a lot of joy to see you hurt. You were broken, and that made me happy. The great Sergeant DuPont. Much more satisfying than a quick death. And now, I plan to finish the job. You're a despicable little man in every possible way. Do you really think killing me will bring Emile back? Her voice was barely steady. Of course not, Gagnon replied. And it might be the last thing I do, but I'll die happy knowing you're gone too. Now hold still so I can take my shot. With a quick move, Jean-Pierre aimed one Uzi, using both hands to steady the other one, now pointed at Azalea. No! Roland yelled when he saw Jean-Pierre's finger on the trigger. With 3 quick steps, Roland got in front of Azalea just as bullets flew from the Uzi. His eyes widened in shock when the bullets hit him, knocking him down in a pool of blood. Ryan, Azalea, Smith, and Bill took that moment to grab their weapons. They aimed and fired at Jean-Pierre's head and body. Ryan saw a bullet hit his left eye, and another one struck the right. The back of his head exploded as more bullets hit him. "Stop firing!" Ryan shouted when his gun was empty. Jean-Pierre's bullet-ridden body lay on the ground, and Smith rushed to check on him as Ryan, Bill, and Azalea knelt by Roland. They were surprised he was still alive but badly hurt. Sadly, the 9mm rounds from Jean-Pierre's Uzi had pierced Roland's body armor. Without thinking, Azalea tore off her t-shirt and used it to stop the blood from Roland's wounds. Ryan saw a tear in her eye as she desperately tried to save him. The jerk used special armor-piercing bullets. "If he wasn't already in hell, I would show him a real hell right here," she muttered, as Ryan silently blamed Frank Barnes for being so cheap. She spat in Jean-Pierre's direction, but kept pressure on Roland's wounds. "Bring me some towels!" Ryan shouted. Beverly came out of the house with a stack of white towels, which Ryan and Azalea used to stop the bleeding. Roland tried to speak, but Azalea stopped him. "Don't talk, my dear. Save your strength," she told Roland softly. "Please, stay with me. I just found you. I can't lose you too. I love you, my Roland." Roland gurgled something, then passed out from the pain. As Ryan and Bill watched, tears streamed down Azalea's face. It was the first real emotion they had ever seen from her. Ryan wondered where this was when she learned about Philip's murder. Suddenly, Azalea started shaking all over, then threw her head back and screamed in a way that sent chills down Ryan's spine. Ryan remembered when she asked if her tears could bring Philip back. Seeing her react to Roland's injuries, he began to think it was possible. Roland stirred from Azalea's cry for a moment, then slipped back into unconsciousness. Just then, an ambulance arrived in the backyard, and paramedics rushed to Roland's side. They quickly started first aid to get him ready to go to the hospital. Azalea grabbed one of the paramedics. "I'm going with him," she insisted. "I'm sorry, but you can follow us, but you can't ride in the ambulance with him," the male paramedic said gently. "Damn it, I am not your miss. I am Sergeant Azalea DuPont from the Quebec Police was determined. I'm going with you. Do you understand?" she said with anger, holding the man by his collar, her face red. Yes, ma'am, if you want," he replied quickly, clearly scared. "But maybe you should put something on first," he suggested kindly. Azalea looked down and noticed that she wasn't wearing a bra. "Maybe you are right," she said softly. Beverly met her at the door with a different t-shirt, which she quickly put on. When she came back, the paramedics had Roland on a stretcher and were getting him into the ambulance. Without thinking, she jumped inside. "I'll meet you there," Ryan said as the doors closed. Azalea nodded, keeping her eyes on Roland as the ambulance drove away with its lights on and sirens loud. Meanwhile, Ryan, Smith, and Bill approached Jean-Pierre's body and looked down. "I think we got him," Smith said with a hint of sarcasm. "And I didn't even get to read him his rights," Ryan joked. "Oh well, I warned him. I should call for the coroner." He pulled out his phone and called. By the time he finished, Ranger Wilson, some deputies, and National Guard soldiers arrived in his yard. "Like I said, Sheriff, you sure have a special way of dealing with things," Wilson said, looking at the shot-up body and the 2 guns lying nearby. "Looks like it," Ryan replied. 5:30 a.m. Monday, September 26, 2022. "The patient is out of surgery now, Sheriff Caldwell," Dr. Hansen said after he stepped out of the surgery room. "How is he, Dr. Hansen?" Ryan asked. It was close for a bit, but luckily the bullets went straight through. Nothing serious was hit. He lost a lot of blood, though. The next 24 hours are very important, but I'm hopeful. You should check on Mrs. DuPont. She's really upset right now. I doubt she's moved since the nurses put her in that chair. Thanks, Doc. I'll talk to her. When do you think we can see Mr. Waters? I'd let him rest today. We're keeping him asleep for a while, maybe in the morning. Sounds good, Doc. Thanks. Smith walked up to Ryan and heard the last part of Dr. Hansen's update. So he made it through surgery? Yeah, Ryan said. What's going on? Worldwide is shut down for now. The RCMP and the Quebec police came in early this morning just as everyone was starting their day. The French shut down the main office. Now it's up to the prosecutors. Do you think it's safe now? Ryan asked. I think so, Smith replied. You heading back to D.C.? Yeah, I've got nothing left to do here, but I could really use some breakfast. I think we can manage that. How about biscuits and gravy? Sally makes them fresh every morning, Ryan said. It's on me. In that case, I'm in, Smith said, smiling. My wife isn't here to stop me. Great. Let me get Azalea and Bill and we'll head out, Ryan said. After convincing them they couldn't do anything more at the hospital, they went to Sally's Boardwalk Cafe for breakfast, which Ryan treated them to, then returned to his house. What's the plan? Beverly asked as Ryan got ready to shower. I'm taking Smith back to the office. He has a flight back east and I'll be stuck with paperwork and talking to the press all day. I'll check on Roland while I'm out, but I doubt he'll wake up until tomorrow morning, Ryan said. How is Azalea doing? She asked. She was her usual self at the hospital. Quiet, huh? Very, Ryan nodded. Maybe too quiet. Can you keep an eye on her? I'm a bit worried. Me too. I have deliveries to make this morning. Maybe I'll take her and Bill with me. Good idea. That might help take their minds off things, Ryan said. How are you coping? It's not every day that someone gets shot in my yard, Beverly replied. But I'm okay. Good, Ryan said. I'll be home as soon as I can. I love you so much, Ryan, she said. I love you more, he replied. They shared a kiss, and then Ryan went to the bathroom. As he expected, Ryan's day was very busy. After talking to the press and thanking everyone involved, he went back to his office to tackle paperwork for the rest of the day. Deputy Sanders knocked on his door in the early afternoon. Come in, Ryan called. Sheriff, we still have Grayson in custody. What do you want to do with him? Ah, I forgot about him during all this, Ryan said, annoyed. He thought for a moment. I think we should keep him. Talk to Ron and see what he found out. I want to charge him with something. He should have known what Gagnon was doing. He helped him out and gave him a place to stay. Can you handle that? Sure, Sanders said. Good. It'll be good practice for when you become sergeant, Ryan said with a grin. Sergeant? Sanders asked, surprised. He knew he passed the test, but didn't know Ryan had already recommended him for a promotion. Not just sergeant, but detective sergeant. Think you can handle that? Absolutely, Sanders said with a smile. Linda will be thrilled. Oh, and Greg, Ryan added, using Sanders' first name for a change. Keep this to yourself for now, okay? I'll be making an official announcement soon. Got it, Sheriff. I'll act surprised when you make the big announcement. Ryan laughed as Sanders walked out of the office. He went back to his reports, only stopping when he heard a knock on the door. Come in, Ryan called. How are you doing, Sheriff? Ray Hale asked. I could use a day off, but I'm okay. Thanks for getting the support teams ready last night. I know you had a full plate with Ranger Wilson and the National Guard. Happy to help, Ray replied. By the way, how's your friend doing? The doctor thinks he's doing better. We'll know more soon. Speaking of which, I need to talk to Frank Barnes about upgrading our body armor. If we had the level 4 stuff I wanted, Roland might not be in the hospital now. Maybe. Maybe not. I heard Gagnon used armor-piercing bullets, Ray replied. Still, it would have been nice to have something better than that old level 3 stuff, Ryan said with frustration. I'll let you handle that, Sheriff, Ray said with a grin. That's above my pay grade. Ryan laughed. I just wanted to check in before I head out. Thanks, Ray, Ryan replied as the tall detective left. How are you holding up, hun? Beverly asked Azalea, who was sitting at the table, staring at her untouched coffee. Beverly had poured it half an hour ago. I've been thinking about what Jean-Pierre said last night, Azalea said quietly. He was right. I don't know how to be a woman. I'm not someone any man could really love. That's nonsense, and you know it, Beverly said earnestly, sitting across from her. He was just trying to upset you. Azalea looked at Beverly with a confused expression. After being in town for over a year, she still found it hard to understand the Texan's way of speaking. You know, make you angry. He succeeded, Azalea agreed with a shrug. But that doesn't change what he said. He's right. Didn't your mom teach you anything? Beverly asked. She was too busy with her own troubles to teach me anything, Azalea said, looking back at her coffee. Beverly blinked, surprised by her casual tone. My dad tried after she passed away, but he was too lost in his grief to help much. He told me to focus on my studies and my work. That's what I did. She looked up at Beverly with sad eyes. Will you help me? Help you? With what? Beverly asked. Help me be a woman that someone could love? Azalea asked hopefully. You mean Roland, don't you? Beverly replied gently. Yes, Azalea said softly. You really love him, don't you? I feel something stronger than I've ever felt for anyone, even Philip. Is that wrong? No, Beverly said. From what I've heard, Philip is gone, and he was using you anyway. Let me make a call. Hold on, okay? Beverly went to the kitchen to make a call. Hello, Bernice. This is Beverly Caldwell. Can you do me a favor, please? 6 p.m., Monday, September 26, 2022. Caldwell Residence. Tired. Ryan walked into his home hoping for a quiet evening. Beverly welcomed him with a warm kiss. After returning the kiss, he saw another blonde woman walk into the room wearing a long sundress. He didn't recognize her at first. Azalea? Ryan asked in surprise. Yes, it's me, Azalea replied, her voice giving her away. What do you think? Beverly asked, nudging him. What happened? Ryan stammered. He had never seen her in a dress before. Her hair looked clean and styled, and she wore a bit of makeup and red polish on her nails. She's beautiful. Of course she is beautiful, Beverly said as Azalea smiled. She always was. Bernice just helped her shine. Bernice, your friend who runs the salon on Main Street? Ryan asked. That's right, Beverly said. Do you think Roland would like this? He and most of the men in Hard Rock would, Ryan said. The others are either too old or blind or happily married, he added quickly. I might have to assign a deputy to keep the admirers away. Beverly laughed. I can take care of myself, Azalea said in her usual tone. I believe you, Ryan told her. Are you going to see Roland tomorrow? If he feels okay, yes, Azalea replied. Great. Why don't you and Bill go with Beverly in the morning after she makes her deliveries? That's the plan, Beverly said. Ryan turned to Bill, who was having a hard time looking away from Azalea. Your job, young man, is to protect the two prettiest women in town tomorrow. Got it? Ryan said with a serious face but a smile. Yes, Sheriff, Bill replied, giving a mock salute. 9 a.m. Tuesday, September 27th, 2022. Hard Rock General Hospital. Roland had just woken up when he heard the door open. He watched as two beautiful blondes walked in and stood next to his bed. Behind them was Bill. He recognized Beverly, but didn't recognize Azalea right away. You're awake, Azalea said as she looked down at him. Yes, I just woke up. I thought I had died and gone to heaven, he said. Why would you think that? You're definitely alive, Azalea scolded gently. Seeing two lovely ladies like you? I am not an angel, Azalea said firmly. You could have fooled me, Roland said, making her blush. Hey, buddy, how are you feeling? Bill asked. Like I've been shot, Roland replied with a sigh. I'm still really tired. What happened? Well, after Gagnon shot you, we took care of him, Bill said. I don't think there's enough left to bury, Bill said. That's good. I guess you're all okay then, Roland replied, looking around to make sure everyone was there. Yeah, we're all fine. Just worried about you, Beverly said. No need to worry. I've been hurt worse before. Remember that bar in Mombasa, Bill? Yeah, I remember. You got knocked out when that guy gave you his gin? I guess he didn't find it funny, Roland joked. He tried to laugh but stopped when pain shot through his stomach. Well, I should get Bill back to the house, Beverly said. Ryan said he'd come by if you're awake. I need to get our things and grab the car, but I'll be back, Bill said. You're not going with them, Roland asked Azalea. No, I think we need to talk, she said. Roland suddenly realized this was a planned moment. He felt happy to spend some time alone with Azalea. "Sure," Roland said. Bill and Beverly said their goodbyes and left the room. Roland looked at Azalea and noticed how lovely she looked. "You look... what's the word?" "Ah, yes. Beautiful. Did I say that right?" "Yes, you said it right," Azalea told him. "But your accent is terrible. We need to work on your French." "I can do that," Roland said. "Really, though, you look incredible. I didn't know you had that dress." "It's the first one I've had in a long time. Your hair looks nice, too. So soft. And I like the color of your nails." "Thank you. Beatrice spent almost an hour fixing my hair. I wanted to look good for you," she said quietly. "Is that because of what Gagnon said last night? If so, you should know I've always thought you were beautiful." "Really?" she asked, looking surprised. "Yes. My ex-wives were pretty on the outside, but they were crafty and untrustworthy, not nice inside. You, on the other hand, I find your honesty and openness much more beautiful." "Thank you. That's the kindest thing anyone has ever told me. I admit, though, I like the way this makes me feel. It makes me feel like a woman who can be loved." She stopped, seeming embarrassed as if she had shared something private. "That's because you're just as beautiful inside as you are outside. I could look at you like this forever." He saw a tear almost fall from her eye. "Are you okay?" "Last night I was scared that I would lose you," she said. "The way you jumped in front of me when Jean-Pierre shot, those bullets were for me. They would have probably killed me, but you took them instead. No one has ever done anything like that for me." "Honestly, I couldn't bear thinking about what would happen to me if anything happened to you. I knew I had to do something. I can't tell you how relieved I am that you're safe." Azalea looked at Roland for a few moments before she spoke. He could see her thinking. "Do you think maybe we could be together?" she asked, nervously. "I can't think of anything I'd want more," Roland said. "But there's one thing. I'm only interested in one woman. I refuse to share." "I like that idea. Much better than what I had with Philip," Azalea said. "And I would love to be what you Americans call a one-man woman. I just don't bake cookies well, or anything else, really." "We'll figure that out. Maybe we can learn together," Roland said. "I would like that," Azalea said, smiling through her tears. "Now, are you ready for your first French lesson?" "Sure, go ahead." "Je t'aime," she whispered softly. "I like how you say that," Roland told her. "What does it mean?" "It means I love you, Roland Waters," Azalea said. "Now you say it." "Je t'aime," he replied. "I love you, Azalea." She smiled and then kissed him deeply, catching him off guard. "I love hearing you say that," he told her when she pulled away. "Then I will whisper it in your ear every night if you want," she said quietly. "I want that," Roland said, surprised by her gentle voice. They spent the next hour talking and kissing, mostly kissing. Roland felt like a schoolboy with his first crush. They heard a knock on the door and Bill poked his head inside. "Are you two decent?" he asked with a grin. "Yes," Roland said as Azalea sat up. "I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" Bill asked, pretending to be innocent. "Oh, just my first lesson in French," Roland said, making Azalea blush. "French, huh? Is that what you call therapy here?" They both chuckled at that. They talked for a few more minutes until Roland started to feel tired. A nurse entered to check on him. "It's time for your medicine, and the doctor will be by soon," the nurse said. "When do you think he'll be out?" Bill asked. "That's up to the doctor, but if all goes well, he could be out in a week. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to take care of our patient." "We should be leaving anyway," Bill said. "See you tomorrow?" "Sounds good," Roland said. "I'll be a bit late tomorrow," Azalea said. "I have an appointment to remove my tattoo, if that's okay." "Not a problem. Thank you very much," Roland said with a knowing smile. "You're welcome," Azalea replied, giving his hand a squeeze before leaving the room. Epilogue. The next few weeks were busy for everyone. Life returned to normal in Hard Rock, and Ryan had become famous, being interviewed by several news networks and recognized again by the governor. Azalea finished her report to her commander in Quebec and was busy packing for her move. After checking, she learned that her marriage to Philippa was real, even if Jean-Pierre said otherwise. She let out a breath of relief and realized this would make dealing with his affairs much easier. Philippe's body had been released, so she worked with his sister in Calais to bring her late husband's remains to France. She wasn't looking forward to the trip, but she felt she needed to help Philippe's family. The investigation into Worldwide showed that about half of the workers didn't take part in the wrongdoing, but they either knew or thought something was off and did nothing about it. Philippe was one of those people. He was aware of Jean-Pierre's interest in Azalea. Emails, texts, and chats with other workers showed that Philippe chased after Azalea at Jean-Pierre's request, sharing information with him. Ryan took Beverly out for a fancy dinner and dancing on her birthday. They ended the night in their bedroom. "Not bad for an old guy like me, right?" Ryan said with a grin after their third moment together. "Not bad at all," Beverly answered. "And you're not old or heavy. Thank you for a great night." "My pleasure, ma'am," Ryan said, trying to sound like a cowboy. The tests on the 3 victims came back, so their bodies were returned to their families. Ernesto Trujillo, Carmelita's father, flew in from California to take his daughter home. Ryan saw the proud father's face change when he spotted his child. He let Ernesto grieve a moment before sharing the main details of what happened. "Was her husband involved?" Ernesto asked quietly. "We found his body soon after hers," Ryan said, choosing not to say more. "He was killed, too." "Why? Why was she killed, Sheriff?" "From what I understood, she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was with her boss when it happened. He was the real target. I'm sorry for your loss." Ernesto understood what that meant but didn't say anything. "Did you catch the guy who did this, Sheriff?" "We caught him, Mr. Trujillo," Ryan replied. "Thank you for that, Sheriff." "She was my little girl," Ernesto said softly, tears rolling down his cheeks. Ryan and Beverly attended Dan's funeral, which had many people present. The 8 remaining Holder children were there with their families. Their large family, uncles, aunts, cousins, and more, were also there. Many people from town came to offer their support. Ryan knew this meant a lot to Ken and Joanne, and he saw Ken wiping his eyes often. "Thanks for coming, Sheriff," Ken said after the service. "And you too, Beverly. I heard you got the guy who did this. I'm grateful for that. I know my son can rest easier now." "That's what I'm here for. If you need anything, just let me know, Mr. Holder," Ryan said. Sam Grayson was charged with trying to hide the truth. Ray and Deputy Sanders did their best to connect him to the crime, charging him as an accomplice. But the law can be tricky. The district attorney who wanted Grayson punished couldn't prove he knew what was happening. In the end, Grayson was found guilty of obstruction and given the maximum sentence in Texas, 5 years in prison. Roland was released from the hospital after 10 days. Ryan, Beverly, Bill, and Azalea came to say goodbye. He still felt pain from his wounds, but was happy to leave. "Is he okay to have sex?" Azalea asked the doctor bluntly, as if asking about the weather. "As long as it's not too rough," the doctor replied, a bit embarrassed. "Good. Thanks," she said before they left. That night, Azalea surprised Roland by taking off her clothes and showing herself to him. "You shaved?" Roland said, looking at her. "Yes. I read about it in one of Beverly's magazines. Do you like it?" Azalea asked, hoping she made the right choice. "Definitely." "You look amazing," Roland said. "Then what are you waiting for? I haven't felt close to anyone since, well, I need it badly," Azalea said. Roland reached to turn off the light, but she stopped him. "Leave it on, please. I want to see you." "Sure," Roland said, a bit surprised since she usually preferred the lights off. Roland took his time, pleasing Azalea as much as he could. She returned the favor and enjoyed making him feel good, something she hadn't done for anyone else before. "I love you," she whispered afterward. Roland echoed her words, and soon they both fell asleep. Azalea spent the night in a man's arms for the first time as an adult. Thursday, October 6, 2022, 9:30 a.m., Eastland Bridge. Azalea sat up when she heard the truck door slam. She stood as Ryan walked toward her. "What can I do for you, Sheriff?" she asked. "I got a call about a strange woman on the bridge. I thought it might be you since you're kind of unique," Ryan said with a grin. Azalea smiled back. "Look, she's smiling now. Her face didn't even crack," he added cheerfully. "I didn't see any cars. Who called you?" she asked. Ryan pointed up. Air Patrol. I have eyes everywhere. So what are you doing here? I wanted to visit the spot where Philip was found. I thought it might help me connect one last time. Uh-huh. I guess things didn't go well for you, he said. No, she replied. I thought you would be well on your way to Quebec by now. What's stopping you? I'm leaving tomorrow morning to take Philip home. It's the least I can do for his family, she explained. After that, I'll head back to Quebec. They've offered me a job as a researcher in a cyber unit. They liked my work here. At least you won't just be doing paperwork. No, I'll keep my rank and status, but I'll be the newest member of the team. They told me I can get extra training in a few months. It's not outdoor work, but it will still be helpful. What about Roland? Ryan asked. He's flying back to handle some things there. He wanted me to give you something if I saw you, she said, walking to the back of her car. She opened the trunk, took something out, and then closed it. Ryan saw Roland's bag in her hand. He knew it contained his prized Thompson gun. What's this? Ryan asked, surprised. It's Roland's Thompson gun, along with its parts. He said he doesn't need it anymore. Plus, he can't take it into Canada. Canada? Ryan asked. Yes. After he takes care of his stuff here, he's joining me in Quebec. Ryan realized how much this gun meant to Roland. Any woman who could make him give this up must be very special. Is this for good? Ryan asked, shocked. I hope so. He says it is. I believe him. Are you two? Yes, we're a couple. And no, we don't have the same type of relationship I had with Philip. Congratulations, he said sincerely. Are you happy? I am happier than ever, Azalea replied in her usual calm voice, but Ryan could see she was content. She looked out at the fields and added, I will miss this place. It feels like home. Hot and dry in the summer, cold and mostly dry in winter, the last snow we had was in February 2021. Azalea laughed. Perfect! I hate snow, I hate walking in it, and I hate shoveling it. I can never warm up. Then why stay in a place that has snow? Ryan asked. It's my home, she answered. Just like this is yours. But maybe when I retire in 12 years, we'll move back. We'll miss you too. Feel free to visit any time. You're always welcome, Ryan said. Thank you, Sheriff. That means a lot to me. And to Roland. Tell Roland I'll keep his trench broom safe. I have the perfect spot for it in our armory. I will let him know. That will make him happy. She faced Ryan and reached out her hand. Ryan was surprised, knowing she didn't like physical contact. I must say goodbye, Sheriff. I have a lot to do before I leave, she said formally. Goodbye, Azalea, Ryan said softly as he shook her hand. Her grip was stronger than he expected. He felt a little sad when she pulled her hand back and went back to her car. Suddenly she stopped and turned back. After looking at Ryan for a moment, she walked back to him quickly, using her prosthetic foot, and hugged him tightly. Thank you, Ryan, for everything. And please tell Beverly I said thank you too, she said. I will, Ryan replied, feeling her tears on his cheek. But you can tell her yourself. She'd be upset if you left without saying goodbye. Azalea let go of him, nodded, and went back to her car. He watched her leave, wiping her face as she drove away. For a brief moment, Ryan felt empty, like a family member had just left. He gazed at the rugged land as the wind started to pick up. A chill ran through him, and he felt like someone was watching. Then he heard a soft voice that seemed to come from nowhere. Remember, justice is with you, son, the voice said. The wind quieted, and Ryan felt alone. He placed Roland's Thompson gun in the back of his truck and got in the driver's seat. I guess so, Ryan said quietly before driving back to town. Hey, audience! If you like this video and want to keep up with more thrilling stories, make sure to subscribe to Prince Cheating Tales and hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss out on our upcoming adventures. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next wonderful story.